Hello. Hello. How the PGR stream today? And this time we're going to go through Bambinata's story here. Bambinata's patch. Left Unsaid. Voting record 3. Extra record. Is it extra record? Yeah. I assume it's extra record because it says ER to start there. But ER03, left unsaid. This is going to go into, obviously Bambinata's backstory, but I'm also assuming Vanessa's backstory as well. I don't know how long this one's gonna be. It seems like the chapters from here on out aren't gonna have any hidden stories to them. It's gonna like be straight to the point with it. Let me see something real quick. And then after the Bambinata patch is 3 main story patches. After that, well, actually, when I say main story, but like almost everything in this game is canon, even in like the side story content. But after Bambinata, there's Hyperreal Lee, Kaleido Isla, Crimson Leaf Alpha. Exciting. I'm still really far away until I fully get caught up here. Holy. Part of me starting to think maybe I should do like 3 PGR streams a week so I can really try and catch up. But man, that's a lot of reading to do. Not that I hate it or anything. It's just, it's more than likely going to put a lot of strain on my voice. Because last night, going through the Bianca story, across the sea, my voice was starting to get really hoarse or coarse in the middle of it. It started getting better near the end though. We'll just have to wait and see. Alrighty. Left unsaid. So there's going to be 6 combat nodes. Typically these chapters go on for maybe like on average 20 nodes, between 15 to 20, around that. Actually, it's more like between 20 and 25 nodes. So it's gonna be a lot of dialogue stuff. Agonizing phantoms. Okay. Let's do it. There was a door. A door appeared in the darkness. I remember when the door was shut. It made a loud noise. How disappointing you are. You're wasting away what you could be worth. And ignoring all the effort made by others. Huh. No one would want to be with you with the way you're acting now. Let her go. The terminal lights up with an incoming call, interrupting the dream before it starts. Did I actually fall asleep? The annoying doctor in Star of Life insisted that Vanessa stay for another 2 weeks after her wounds had healed. She has now finally left the ward, which had become somewhat familiar. Whether intentional or not, she has yet to receive any combat missions after returning for almost a week. It could be either the world has become too peaceful, or someone has turned her work hours into more time for recovery out of some silly considerations. Vanessa quickly adjusts her posture and tidies the hair that has become messy during the short rest, preparing to start her duty. When everything is ready, she picks up the call. Commandant Vanessa of Egret, would this be a good time to discuss filling vacancies for your squad? Go ahead. I haven't received any applications yet. Is there any problem with the submission process? I saw the list of candidates and didn't think any of them could replace Teasel. I see. I will continue looking for potential members. I'm just slightly concerned that would it be alright for an elite squad to be understaffed? Of course, it is ultimately up to the Commandant to decide. I'm just suggesting it may be an option to choose a relatively fitting candidate for team integrity, given that the missions could be potentially challenging. I'll think about it. How is Bambinata? The report you uploaded yesterday mentioned that she just has to read the external memory module again, like always. The combat data is all coded into the external memory module. It won't affect her fighting abilities. I'll double check her status after this. I have no intent to question your capabilities, but the situation on the surface is still tense. There may be missions assigned to you very soon. If Egret decides to not recruit more members, please ensure the current member is in the best condition. This is for your safety. Understood. Vanessa hangs up and puts aside the terminal, displaying the profiles of dozens of substitute members. As the screen dims, the portraits and information of constructs become unrecognizable. The advisor had a point. After Teasel left, Bambinata became the only construct left in Egret, greatly limiting their combat strength and capabilities in implementing tactics. As the Commandant, Vanessa already saw this coming sometime earlier. She has not submitted the application only because of one unanswered question. How can she create loyal toys? The foolish method used by that chief obviously would not suit her. How could she create a false loving home with such irrational actions and laughable values? If everyone could obey her orders like Bambinata, things would be so much more efficient. Why should puppets have their own thoughts after all? Why would they risk their own lives just to defect? Before Teasel left at the seaside, she was actually keen to ask this question, but the pride deep within did not allow her to. Thinking of the unfinished dream, she becomes increasingly restless for no reason. What a disgusting dream. Mistress, are you feeling unwell today? Vanessa's expression and attire look nothing unusual, her pace of walking remaining unaltered. Still, her anxiety is spreading in the air like the light fragrance on her body. Bambinata's blue bionic pupils carefully observe her mistress's actions, trying to figure out where her anxiety comes from. Is your frame doing alright? The memory data in the external module has already been retrieved. The sync ranges. I'll have a look myself. Yes, mistress. Vanessa connects Bambinata's external memory module to her terminal and starts to check sector by sector. The read time of combat data is slower than before. Could this be because it lacked regular maintenance while on Earth? Sorry. Bambinata should have discovered it sooner. After this, I want you to go to Asimov and ask him to check your external memory module. Send a request to him later. Yes, mistress. Bambinata's amnesia used to stir up some debate. In the early days, the construct operation carried greater risks, and the consequences were often revealed soon after the frame was activated. To researchers, particularly those whose main field of study included the mind, Bambinata was definitely an important subject as her condition was stable for quite some time before the inability to recall memory data began to appear intermittently. But as the war progressed, All the unresolved construct symptoms and potential problems had to be put aside, and conservative measures were taken to ensure that the research subjects could fulfill their duties normally for the time being. Hey, Carefree Dot. Hello, hello. I ended up falling asleep last night, but yes, your Lithos cutscene was very bugged. Oh, that's a shame. I figured as much when there was no sound playing. Sad. Oh well. It is what it is. After Vanessa took Bambinata into her squad, Asimov upgraded her original memory assist device and configured some built-in data that allowed her to read important instructions immediately at any time after her symptoms took place, so they would not impact her battle performance significantly. But apart from the necessary data for battle and missions, the external memory module cannot store Bambinata's memory infinitely. Once it reaches the capacity limit, the earlier memory will be wiped as new data is written into the device. This is all I can do for now. My guess is that her symptoms could be the after effects of the experiment, but I cannot make a more concrete conclusion without its detailed data. The key to solving Bambinata's predicament is to figure out how the info device causes the conflict in her mind and how to respond to it. But all the current research on the info device is still in its exploratory stage. It is nearly impossible to find out the correct way to avoid or resolve her problem under the current conditions. Perhaps when we have finally deciphered the secrets of the info device, we will be able to find the missing pieces and resolve her complication. But I'm quite certain that would be an impossible task for now. The good news is that her amnesia isn't due to memory loss. The data entered her deep mind and couldn't be retrieved. We humans also have many things we can't recall, but these memories still exist in the subconscious. In other words, if we can resolve this problem, she will be able to recall all her memories in theory. If you think this is the most appropriate way to handle her situation, then so be it. I don't care what happens later. I just need my constructs to obey me, that's all. Isn't that right, Bambinata? Memory data continuity is good. The starting date is... Vanessa's fingers freeze upon the terminal. That date, those numbers, is like a trigger in her head. Merely seeing them brings back the scenes of her past along with intangible pain. The unforgettable wounds, pulsating red tide, incapacitated chief lying in the basement, and Grey Raven with their worn-out frames. Somehow, an indescribable feeling drives her to tap reproduce memory data on the terminal. Establishing memory scenes, 100%. Reproducing memory data, 100%. You're not allowed to pass through here. How long has Grey Raven been gone? 1 hour, 54 minutes since engaging with the enemy. Not even 2 hours. The enemies won't stop coming. In the end, I'm also doing such silly things. Squeak. Watch out! Bambinata turns around to clear the enemies that lunge at Vanessa's flank, but the position she was guarding is immediately taken by more enemies. With her wounds, Vanessa has reached her physical limit. Bambinata holds her with one hand while trying to block the enemy attacks with the other. She puts explosives on a damaged short-range drone, blowing up a large wave of enemies, but more hetero creatures just swarm up, trampling over. Man, what's with OBS constantly disconnecting? It disconnected just then. It only happens once, but like, why does it do it every time? The two of them continue to fight and retreat until the red tide has pushed them to a corner of the street. Bambinata lets Vanessa lean on a pile of rubble, trying to save her some stamina. Bambinata is ready. Mistress, please take a break. Bambinata will hold them off until you can walk on your own. You can try to contact Grey Raven with this transmitter. hears the detonator and the rest of the medicines and serum. Seeing no response from Vanessa, Bambinata gently puts the detonator in her dominant hand. The secret weapon was attached long ago. Bambinata has set it to the delayed mode that you often use. Once started, Bambinata will use the last 5 seconds to adjust the detonating position. Bambinata holds her arm up to show Vanessa the explosives attached to her frame. The location of the explosives has been carefully calculated. In extreme circumstances, it allows Bambinata to remain conscious for 1 extra instant before she is blown to pieces. That brief instant can maximize the value of this devotee's sacrifice. Bambinata turns around, trying to push the enemies back. Her petite body dances among the crimson waves like a splash of foam that refuses to be carried away. She may be able to disregard fatigue and pain, but her body is unable to withstand the onslaught of the tide of doom. This should be enough for Blue Raven to... You better live on and bear the weight of my sacrifice for the rest of your lives. Vanessa tries to sit up, but the excruciating pain from her wounds prevents her from doing so. We'll stick together and overcome any obstacle. I'll never flee the battlefield because of hardship or fear. Vanessa recalls those words. Gazing at the blue figure inside the red tide, she makes an almost unnoticeable smile. Bambinata, it's been so long. Is this enough? The detonator slips from Vanessa's hand and falls to the ground, with fresh blood still on it. I really want a shower. At least not like this. No. Bambinata gets distracted for 1 second and immediately receives a few deep wounds. Without Vanessa's careful maintenance, she looks like an abandoned old toy. The broken doll is utilizing all possible computing power to calculate a chance for her mistress to survive. After simulating all the methods that she can make use of herself, Bambinata still can't find an answer. But she must find one. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. The secret weapon. The countdown. The bloody battle. The construct frame. Hetero creatures will not wonder why the construct in front has slowed down. All they want is to tear their opponents apart. Before Bambinata is devoured by the hetero creatures in front of her, they suddenly collapse to the ground without any warning. Then the enemies that are farther away also stop attacking. They just stand still, looking lost. A tall, slender figure walks towards them, his back facing the sun. I didn't expect temporary access could be this powerful. Teasel. Hearing the name from Bambinata's mouth, Vanessa tries to open her eyes on the brink of unconsciousness. Vanessa's nearby stalled mind struggles to move again. She looks at the figure that appears from the wave of hetero creatures, somewhat shocked. When a construct becomes lost for a prolonged time, they have often been devoured by the red tide or have chosen to flee the battlefield. To any commandant, the least desirable situation would be to see their once comrades standing against themselves. After a brief moment of surprise, Vanessa immediately realizes that the person in front is no longer that toy who obeys all her orders, which means there is only one way to deal with him. Hi, Tinkan. Good day to you. Did you purposely make the minions stop so you can laugh at your former mistress up close? Or did you come to me to share some experience of manipulating your own puppets? Teasel does not answer. He just continues walking toward Vanessa until Bambinata holds the mantis blades that have ruthlessly cut through numerous enemies against him. Stay back, Teasel. Let him come. He didn't have to show up if he wanted to kill me. I want to hear what this traitor's puppet has to say in the final moment. But let him come, Bambinata. Yes, mistress. Bambinata runs to Vanessa first. She sits down to grab Vanessa's hand, still openly showing her hostility against Tiso. Tiso just calmly and slowly crouches down, taking a clean bandage roll and medicine from his outfit. He carefully rewraps the dressing on Vanessa's left eye. After skillfully securing the end of the bandage, he puts the empty roll next to Vanessa's head. The empty bandage case falls to the ground, making a hollow sound. This is the last bit of supplies I took from Babylonia. Tiso looks directly into Vanessa's eyes. His voice is completely calm. He picks up the blood-soaked detonator and holds it in his hand like Vanessa used to. I've been waiting for you to press it. Now that I think about it, I can remember your face each time you pressed the detonator. I forgot when it started, but I often wondered how you would press the button when it was my turn to be the bait. But I can guess it without having to experience it. You probably won't have any emotion at all. I hated your smile, teasing, sarcasm, or even satisfaction. They were all the feedback given by an owner to their belongings. But when your belongings were blown up into pieces, you didn't even want to spare a laugh for the show. To you, we are just such objects. When we were alive, you used us like toys. When we vanished, you even stripped us of our very last purpose as objects. Bambinata may be your favorite. That's why I've been waiting to see your face when you blow her up. After you kill your favorite and most obedient toy, I will take your life with my own hands. Bambinata won't let you do that, Tiso. Tiso looks at Bambinata. His finger is still rubbing on the bottom of the detonator. Vanessa sneers. Her and Tiso's positions have now reversed, but her pride has not dwindled even the slightest. I have trained you well. Your twisted sense of humor deserves my praise. Do it then. You can also free your fellow toy, Bambinata. That's what I don't understand. When a game says next year Q3, or was it 3Q, what does it mean? I think it means like, what was it, quarter? Quarter, or I think? I think that's what it means. Q3, yeah. Which means in the third, like, think of it as like, yeah, like July, August, September, kind of like that. Think of it like that. Since there's like 12 months in a year, just divided by like 4. And then the third portion of the 4. That's what Q3 is. I just cannot figure out how Grey Raven persuaded you to stay back, and even made you change your attitude toward your toys. To you, their way of doing things has always been extremely ridiculous. If you really want to know. No, actually, I don't have to know anymore. I just want my body to belong to myself and myself only. Nothing else matters to me, whether it's you, Agrit, or Grey Raven. Tiso's face is still calm, like a still lake under the moonlight. The name Tiso was chosen by you. I don't want it to appear on that monument as a member of Agrit next to your name. That's why I came here in person to announce to you that there will no longer be a Tiso in this world after this. You. Vanessa still has something to say, but an overwhelming sense of exhaustion knocks her out cold. Mistress. She's not dead. She just passed out. Tiso wants to lift Vanessa up, but Bambinata gets in his way. Her blade has already left a mark on Tiesel's arm. Don't touch her. You better let me through. Otherwise, she will just die here. Do you really not hate her at all? Why would Bambinata hate Mistress? I heard that she might have tampered with your mind, so I understand your unconditional obedience. But don't you want to experience what it feels like to have everything decided by yourself, or yourself? You can do what you want to do instead of merely following someone else's orders. You can be a free individual. Bambinata wants to do what Mistress wishes. Freedom isn't a necessary condition to complete Bambinata's missions. Looks like you aren't ready yet. If you finally understand what I said one day, try to find me again. I can introduce you to them. Then you will realize what freedom actually means. Memory data reproduction ended. Vanessa presses the stop button. Her finger hovers above the data edit menu without realizing it. She never thought that Tiesel would approach Bambinata after she passed out. Bambinata did not hesitate one bit, nor was there any sign of her frame being hacked into. Still, if you finally understand what I said one day, try to find me again. I can introduce you to them. Will Bambinata choose to leave her when she finally understands the meaning of freedom? Ultimately, it was not Bambinata's choice to join Agrit as a combat construct, if she ever. Go to Asimov now. He can find out about your other problems. Okay. Are you staying here, Mistress? Just go. Bambinata stops asking. She just salutes Vanessa and leaves. Vanessa opens Bambinata's sleeping pod. Without exception, all the accessories inside were hand-picked by Vanessa herself. For some reason, she gets even more annoyed, but cannot figure out where this emotion originated from. Vanessa throws a punch at the sleeping pod's alloy shell, making a dry, muffled thud. If Mistress does not want to talk about it, do not ask. This is the pattern that Bambinata has discovered through numerous attempts. She figures this would be the style of interaction most accepted by her mistress. When Mistress is willing to share her feelings with Bambinata, she will naturally be able to understand them. As for the anxiety that arises during this period, Bambinata has already learned to suppress it deep within herself. Construct Bambinata from Agrit, requesting external memory module checkup. Here you are again. Come, I have half an hour of free time. He will take over after that. The researcher points to the other researcher next to herself. He is wearing a trainee tag and looks a little nervous. Is it that construct from Agrit? A classic case of construct amnesia? He immediately covers his mouth. Pointing out the subject's condition in front of herself is way too harsh. Besides, Bambinata is more like a special research case than a patient to them. While he is hesitating whether to apologize for his rudeness, the other two have already continued their conversation. Bambinata, are you here for a regular checkup, or are you already experiencing some issues? Mistress said that the data reading speed has become slower. It might be because it lacked regular maintenance while on Earth. Let's see. Oh, you are having symptoms again. No wonder. If that's the case, let's run a thorough check. Better safe than sorry. Just wait here while I get the mind probe ready. Understood. The experienced researcher walks into the room next door where the devices are stored. A series of beeps can be heard as she configures the machine. Hi, Bambinata. No, sorry. My name doesn't really matter. Forget about that. You don't have to call me by my name. Perhaps concerned that his name would bring Bambinata more unnecessary memories, the new researcher gives up introducing himself. Okay. Sorry for just now. I didn't mean it. I have heard of you, but didn't expect to meet you on my first day. Wait, that doesn't sound right either. What I mean is, I'm sorry you're having these symptoms. Bambinata looks down, but soon raises her head again. That's alright. Everybody has gotten used to it. All that matters is Bambinata can still be of use. Used to it. The researcher is speechless for a moment. That does not change the sad truth. Even if the empathy of others had been worn away, how many times has she suffered from these helpless moments? I like how Tiesel's like, I want to join AskNet to be free. Like, bro, ask Luna. That's a very bad decision. Yeah, you're not going to be free. You can make your decisions and stuff, but you're not really going to be free. Alright, intern. Take this and set it up for her. Got it. The researcher awkwardly sets up the device for Bambinata. Although he knows that connecting the device will not cause much pain to constructs as it would for a human, he is still trying to perform the task as gently as possible. Bambinata lies down on the metal bed just as she has done so many times before. Before closing her eyes, she takes a good look at the researcher. If he said his name just now, at least it would be stored in the external memory module for some time. With this meaningless thought in mind, Bambinata follows the instructions, ceasing to think. You didn't see it in person. That monster was taller than a 10-story building in the end. Anyone would have freaked out. Oh? Why aren't you bragging about yourself this time? Individual capability means nothing on a battlefield like that. Can you demolish a building by yourself? Could do much even if there wasn't even if there were a dozen of me. A dozen of you would hardly have any impact. I heard that almost all the elite squads on standby were dispatched in that battle. Anyway, thank goodness it's all over. I was prepared to die in the ocean. So what? We can always start again in a new frame. Talk as much as you want, but can you swear you weren't scared at all when you got badly wounded last time? Do you think I'm lame like you? I don't brag about my glory days. Anyway, you've been recovering for quite some time already. You are returning to duty, aren't you? Which squad are you going to? I haven't decided yet. I was actually thinking of applying to become an elite member. What? You've been working hard behind me, haven't you? What a coincidence. I just heard that Agrit was in need of members. Not too sure about the details though. There wasn't any obituary either. People say one of them had gone missing. Agrit, you serious? Hell no. I heard that guy defected. What? For real? Their commandant was top notch. They never suffered any significant loss. There must be a reason behind it. Is that thing on your neck filled with trash? Can you at least use your brain? Rumor has it that those who had ever gone on a mission with Agrit never came back with serious injuries. They either returned without a scratch or didn't return at all. Think about it. I'm definitely not going. If it is a good squad, how come one of their own defected? Have you ever heard of anyone defecting from Grey Raven? Impressive. Your great aspiration would probably make all the judges on the committee laugh out loud. Vanessa claps as she walks out from the corner. She has been listening to them gossiping about Tiesel's departure the moment she left Bambinata's room. The two constructs are visibly shocked. One of them quickly covers his mouth and then puts his hand down awkwardly. I don't know if Grey Raven will want you, but Agrit definitely doesn't take trash. You. Shh, shut up. If trash like you can join an elite squad, humanity is probably doomed. As a commandant of an elite squad myself, I can guarantee that you don't look like you can survive till that day. Better pray that you don't end up in the Red Tide on some surface mission. Vanessa sneers and walks to her own lounge, not even looking back. One of the constructs apparently does not want to escalate the situation. He pulls the other construct away to the other side of the corridor. Vanessa stops walking as her terminal receives an incoming call. Bambinata, is there any problem with your external memory module checkup? No, mistress. The checkup is still in progress. Bambinata received a mission order and needs to head toward the designated location for a briefing immediately. A mission? On whose order? It seems to come from the president himself. I haven't received any notice. Did he ask you to go alone? There's also the Cerberus captain. That woman from Cerberus. Why? Vanessa hangs up and calls Celica. Sorry, Vanessa. I'm just about to start a mission briefing, right? I want to join this mission as Bambinata's overseer. Huh? Does her frame have any problem? No. But considering that one of the Egret members recently left the squad illegally, it would be safer for Bambinata to perform the mission with her commandant as the only remaining member of the squad. And I just happen to be free right now. Commander? Let her go. In a way, what Vanessa said makes sense. Understood. Vanessa, I will sync the mission details to your terminal right away. Boom, boom, boom. 3 hours ago. Oh, I didn't read what the node title was. Vanessa and Vera interaction, Battle of the Snarky Woman. It's a battle of the button pushers. Nice. I like it. I like it a lot. It's no wonder I gravitate towards Vanessa. Do you dabble in the HSR? I do play it, yeah. I do play HSR. I've been eyeing your chat, your little convo about HSR and stuff. Yeah, the Fate Stay Night thing. I don't know. For some reason, I don't feel as super hyped as most people are. I don't know. I think I've become so desensitized to all the Fate related collabs on every other like gacha game. That's kind of like nothing to me. So it's not really much of a big deal. And besides, it's usually the same characters like Emiya, Irene, or whatever the fuck. So it's kind of like nothing to me. Node. Unresolved problems. Thank you. 3 hours ago. So relaxing. You must be ready for retirement. Rebecca slams a folder of documents on the tea table, causing the cups on top to tremble. That's actually an option. But for someone in my position, I probably won't be able to enjoy my tea like now, even if I retire. So, let's just take it easy while we can. Collins hands a cup of freshly brewed black tea to the beautiful woman, but she seems completely untouched. You pull that Grey Raven Commandant in to stop Lid's plan. But I don't think you came out unscathed either. It was a lose-lose situation at most. As a certified masochist chained in the Go dungeons, I can see where you're coming from. It's understandable. Yeah. Well, it's not really because of Fate Grand Order. It's just there's been other games that have had collabs with Fate Stay Night. And it's usually just the same characters that get collabed in it. Like Emiya and Reen, maybe Shiro, and that's kind of it. So, I don't know. I don't feel as excited. I would prefer if it was a collab with a series that's a lot more lesser known, I guess you could say. Or something that's like really popular but isn't as collabed with often. I don't know. Kind of like PGR and Devil May Cry, you know? As far as I'm concerned, there's not a whole lot of Devil May Cry related like collaborations with any other game, not just gacha. Queen's Blade. See, okay, well, Queen's Blade would be something for like Nikkei. TMNT. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Imagine that in HSR. I don't know. I feel like HSR would benefit from something like a Final Fantasy collab. I feel I would be more hyped for that than anything. Like a Final Fantasy 7 collab. Since Final Fantasy 7 is the one FF game that people seem to very much love. Recognize Queen's Blade. I know what kind of man you are. Heck yeah. You're talking to a guy who also plays Nikke. Come on. I know of Queen's Blade, but I've never actually watched anything from it. I just know what it is. Like I've heard of it. And I've seen like different screenshots and shit. But I've never actually consumed any official media of it. There's an anime for that, isn't there, or some shit? I've never watched it. But yeah, I know that Queen's Blade is one of them big booties and big boobas series. Let me taste this. It's so bitter. It's probably worse than your mood, Rebecca. Rebecca's anger becomes increasingly visible. She seems to be losing patience. I must remind you that the lunar base is almost fully restored. Litz may seize the opportunity to make a comeback anytime. You'll be lucky if Babylonian can take back control of the lunar base and the zero-point reactor, but I don't think Norman will give up their power so easily. Still smiling, Collins adds a ridiculous amount of sugar to his tea and stirs carefully, waiting for the sugar to fully resolve. I don't understand why you can remain so calm. If things continue this way, I may have to reconsider my plans. Remember, I don't hold any stake in this. All I need is a friend with influence. I don't care who this friend is. Of course. All humans were born free, including you and me. Bars. If you think Litz would be a better friend, you are more than welcome to side with him. After all, I can't live without sweets, and I am prepared to defy the world just for my sweet little enjoyment. I don't mind having another enemy. Collins bursts into laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. He adds a lot of sugar to Rebecca's cup. But I think you are a smart person. Why don't you enjoy this sweet taste first? Collins taps on the spot next to him. Rebecca reluctantly sits down with a big frown. Bars. As she is about to pick up the cup, Collins continues to talk in a relaxed tone. To be honest, Litz did find an excellent opportunity, and credit where credit's due. I temporarily lost Luna, but without his care, they wouldn't have directly halted all my Ascendant-related projects. Still, I didn't completely overlook the possibility of losing Corono's trust one day, so I haven't lost everything here. The document I asked you to get is my bargaining chip. Collins picks up the folder that Rebecca dropped on the table. He opens it slowly, takes a deep breath in, and smiles, as if it were a bottle of aged wine that has just been opened. Are you going to use those records of past experiments as a bargaining chip? I did my research. None of them had any valid conclusion. Has age caught up with you and made you forget what they are? Forget? I can still remember every single experiment that I witnessed. I only asked you for help because I didn't want anyone to notice me. The resources and manpower we invested in this project are beyond imagination. It was a pity that we never fully understood the Inver device, but the byproducts of this experiment, like Luna, led me to the speculation that the emergence of Ascendants could be related to the Inver device. Unfortunately, even Dr. Callan was unable to completely decipher the theories of Inver device. Without data to prove it, this only remains my personal guess. But the conversation we had with Luna in the lunar base, she seemed to know about the secrets of the Inver device. This suggests that the theory of Inver device could well be related to the Ascension network. So it was you who turned me into a corrupted. Of course not. You were an accident. Or should I say, a necessary sacrifice. Dr. Collins' research had greatly increased the construct tech's chance of success, but it still had flaws. Necessary sacrifice. So you saw that as an accident, huh? Well, it doesn't matter anymore. The accident in the lunar base cost us Luna, but maybe we will never find out the answer from her. He's crying. Oh, poor soul. With a bitter and sorrowful look, Collins shakes his head hard, trying to forget this cruel fact at least temporarily. Therefore, it doesn't matter that the Ascendant projects are temporarily halted. I can still take the path of Inver device. All I have to do is conquer it. The remaining value of the past investments can still be utilized. But hadn't you already covered some experiment data previously? The construct development team had some thoughts, but the team studying Inver device never made much progress. The data from the series of experiments was never completely recovered. Orsalius only has access to the top priority data, or the data that cannot be disclosed externally. Because they halted the research, they also put the recovery of experiment data to a lower priority. Two heads are better than one. No matter how good Vesalius is in the field of construct research, there have to be some experiments and data that she cannot complete on her own. She wouldn't be willing to work with the Science Council. The Parliament wants to maintain a good image, so they won't be able to do the experiments themselves. However, they also have privately inquired about this data. In other words, it can help them to exclude some of the incorrect answers that cannot be identified through simulation. Incorrect answers? Are you implying that the Parliament is also prioritizing the research on the Inver device now? Now. They have always been doing so. The Science Council wants to fully understand the Inver device because it is the foundation of all construct theories. Despite their constant adjustments to the Inver device, they never have a clear understanding of it, making this data valuable to them. If that's the case, are you planning to use this thing to negotiate and strike a deal with the Parliament? Honestly, I don't think the Parliament would share their research with us just because of some data of unknown origin. I never said there would be a deal. If the Parliament doesn't send us their research results, we can bring ours to them. What can we get from this, then? We only have part of the key to this treasure. If we can unlock the treasure by sharing our key, we will be able to at least see the treasure with our own eyes. Don't you understand? We don't have to reveal the secrets of Inver devices ourselves. Whoever ends up first will have to share their results in the end. This is about the well-being of all humankind. Even if someone wants to keep it to themselves, the world government has many ways to make them share. To sum it up, the theories of the Inver device and the information about ascendants we got from Luna are the two core pieces in our puzzle. Getting things done is like tasting tea. The best time to start is probably when the heat has cooled down a little. True. Collins finishes the cooled tea in his cup and calls a number. That's the end of the weekly summary sent by the research team. Given the current level of manpower investment, this progress can be considered acceptable. Is that what the research team is trying to say? In other words, there is no significant breakthrough yet. The study of the Inver device has always been based on luck. We have always been gambling with fate. If we are to meet all the benchmarks set for that frame, we must conquer the mysteries of the Inver device. I know. The new specialized frame, designed and fitted for Lee from Grey Raven, is going through an urgent but challenging research process. Unlike Imperia, which almost killed its user, This new specialized frame is designed with the hope that it can make its user completely immune to the punishing virus. Ambitious. If this frame works, it means humans can at least stand tall on the path of fighting the punishing virus, and humanity's comeback finally starts in a real sense. One of the major drawbacks of Imperia was that the equipped Inver device could not keep up with the Omega weapon's speed of absorbing the punishing virus, and eventually the accumulated virus would damage the user. If the parameters of the Inver device can be optimized based on the user's needs, the new specialized frame could possibly neutralize the negative effects of the punishing virus. Which is why the research on the Inver device has been prioritized once again. What about the surface? Any good news? Celica shakes her head and smiles bitterly. There's no worse news. Can we consider that as good news? The meeting room falls into silence for a moment. The hot vapor from the coffee and the cold air from the ventilation system blend together, taking heat away from the coffee from the cup. Wait, I'm getting incoming comms. It's the man from Corona. Should I hang up? No. Patch him through. Greetings, President. It's been a while. And you too, Nikki. I can feel your attention through the screen. What are you up to, Collins? I'm going to hang up if you are only here for chit-chat. Unlike you, we are very busy right now. Unlike the emergency meeting about the lunar base, after the emergency meeting about the lunar base ended, Collins suddenly disappeared for some time, just like how he suddenly showed up in the meeting. Collins' influence is slowly being eroded. Corona has shifted towards Litz. This rumor does not come out of nowhere. No one knows what Collins would do when he is cornered, so Nicola and Hassan have to carefully think of the real purpose behind his call. No, I'm not here to catch up. But who knows? Perhaps Nikki here would buy me dinner after this. After all, I bear good tidings. The monitor shows that Collins is trying to send over an encrypted file. Hassan and Nicola exchange a look before nodding, gesturing to Celica to accept the file. Good tidings, huh? How timely. This document I have with me contains classified data from the early days of Corona's research. You must have guessed what it is about. Inver device. Seeing Hassan and Nicola quickly glance at each other, Collins sounds even more ecstatic. This was the record from our earliest experiments, purely authentic data collected from real subjects. Surely you know how much of a difference it makes using actual data, instead of the estimated ones nowadays, right? Real subjects? It's against the law to experiment on constructs. If the control court gets a hold of this document, you can spend the rest of your life in a cell. Which is why this data is so valuable. Don't get me wrong, all these experiments were done long before the construct protection protocol was established. Progress requires sacrifices, but I'm still a law-abiding citizen. What do you want? Can't I just be in a giving mood, Nikki? As I said, progress. All I want is for humanity to uncover the secrets of the Inver device. I'm even willing to let you guys get your hands on the first-hand data yourselves. How's that for good faith? And I trust the Parliament will repay me with the original data after recovering it and making a backup. Recovering it? The data is on the surface? Obviously. We established many shelters when this war started, and many of the children we helped thanked us by volunteering in our mind and Inver device research. Dear, it always moves me to tears whenever I think about this. This guy. And Collins lowers his head as he speaks, pretending to be devastated. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to prepare for the evacuation, and many pieces of valuable data were left behind on the surface, waiting to be recovered. You'll receive the coordinates of a shelter soon. Send someone down, and you'll get your data. Nicola watches Colin's expression, hoping to find the catch of his kindness. You break my heart, Nikki, the way you look at me. Thought there was some trust between us. Or maybe you're hoping I'll get my hands dirty as well? I can designate the construct involved in this recovery mission. How about that? After thinking briefly, Collins grins. Here's a thought, Nikki. Vera from Cerberus. What do you say? Why Vera? She has nothing to do with Corona anymore. Yeah. But there's no one better than her if we're investigating Corona facility, right? What's Vera doing now, Celica? Vera. She just completed an operation 2 days ago. She's on standby currently. Alright. Any other constructs on standby right now? Let me check. There's Bambinata from Egret, and there's Dark Ares. Alright then. We'll send Bambinata and Vera. It's going to be safer and more effective to send them both, given how hostile it still is down there. Understood. I'll start preparing the mission details. It's a deal then? Oh wait, I forgot. This isn't a deal. I'll await your good tidings. It's risky to do this without first figuring out what he's after. I know. But the best way to figure out what he's planning is to be there when he makes every move. You and I both know that about these Corona experiments. We even mentioned acquiring the data, given its usefulness. We just didn't expect Collins to hand it over himself. And I remember a proposal regarding Vera. That proposal? I'll send it to her. Alright. The construct from Egret. Are we sure about sending her with Vera? Do you still remember her background? I do. Her current state won't be very helpful, however. If this is a game of chess, let's make sure we utilize all our pieces to their fullest. The Cerberus captain. Did you get involved with the task force last time? Vera has always given me a good impression, that's all. Then why put her name forward? You should have avoided the Parliament's attention if you want to recruit her. I still remember Atlantis when she... Nikki and Vera are both people of Corona. And anyone who is part of Corona won't forget that the strongest bond is profit. No doggo doesn't obey when it's their profit on the line. I'm just curious to see how strong their bond is. Collins remembers that Hassan also appointed another construct whose name sounded familiar. With his faint recollection, he pulls up another file, and he cannot stop laughing after going through 2 pages. Bambinata! What's so funny? Nothing, just serendipity. I'm confused. Do we really need 2 constructs for this? The door to the transport craft slowly opens. The unique scent of sanitizer rushes out of the aircraft, gently sending Vera's red hair blowing in the wind. Vera, the situation on the surface is quite complicated right now. President Hassan and Chief Commander Nicola are hoping that you and Bambinata can watch each other's back and return as quickly as possible. I'm not the only one with the questions here, am I? Dollface here must be equally perplexed, despite not saying a word. Vera points her terminal at Bambinata. Bambinata has no objections regarding the mission, but Bambinata is capable of accomplishing it herself if needed. See? I'll take it from here, Celica. No, that was Nicholas saying. First, why have the question marks? It made me think it was like Vanessa talking. The mission was an impromptu decision. There were no scouting efforts beforehand, hence the current deployment to minimize the chance of accidents during the operation. If you still have questions, I can answer them at a suitable time in a suitable way. Period. We're counting on you, Vera. Bambinata. Celica may sound gentle, but Vera could feel the finality in Nicola's words. Not to mention, either this apparently simple mission is a messy political move, and Vera is dragged into it by forces beyond her control. A puppet-like construct before her may be sent here to monitor her. Or, the suitable time and suitable way, Nicholas said, were not just words to reassure her. Vera turns her gaze toward her well-prepared teammate. Bambinata has been sitting in the back of the transport craft and waiting for Vera to finish her call ever since the aircraft arrived. Hey, which squad are you from again? Mistress's team is called Egret. Mistress? It has a nice ring to it. I should get Noctis to start practicing. Does your mistress dress you like that so you Egrets can play house when there's no mission? Bambinata does not respond to Vera's tease, and Vera stops trying to get Bambinata to talk. Clear footsteps can be heard coming from afar. Right as the door to the transport craft is about to close, a foot stomps onto the slow-rising platform. Mistress? How come? I've been assigned as the commandant of the operation. Vanessa passes her terminal to Vera, showing Vera who is actually in charge here. The Egret commandant. Ah, I remember now. Isn't this the only member left in your team? Your mistress must value a lot, so much so that she'd request to join a mission on the surface for her construct. Vera meets Vanessa's gaze, her grin slightly provoking. You're here right on time. I was trying to have a conversation with your construct here. Vanessa puts away her terminal elegantly, turning around and sitting down by Bambinata. Bambinata helps Vanessa put on her seatbelt attentively and gestures to the safety staff outside the transport craft to continue closing the door. And what kind of bond has the service captain formed with my construct here? We didn't start off on the right foot, but we have plenty of time here, don't we? My god. Path in Mist. Dun, 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 dun. Wow. The mist is heavy. High percentage of sulfides but lower than the harmful range. Something's on the trees. Are they corrupted? No. Bambina, check with the terminal. Yes, mistress. Text is going by too quick. Experimental construct. Looks like there's cemetery. Damn. I've heard some rumors about you before, Dollface, that you lose your memory on occasion. Even if Bambina's memory data is lost in battle, Bambina can still access the data required for combat from the external memory module. Then what's the plan B if you're incapacitated on the battlefield? Mistress will have Bambina act as a decoy to create an opening for the others. So the rumors are true. No wonder the Egret only has you left now. Bambinata, did the Science Council check on you before you set off for the mission? They tried to measure the latency by having Bambinata reassess data from the external module, but it was soon interrupted because of the mission. Just in case, access the data here one more time. Understood. Understood. This time, we'll do it slowly. Access the data section by section, avoid data conflicts, and start with the simplest. Interesting. Reloading usual combat move data. Hey, Agrity, we have guests ahead. Don't call me like I'm your friend. Call me Commandant. Reality. And don't waste any time reporting something I've already seen. Oops, I thought your eye was still recovering. I'm sure that Chief has thanked you in person for all your contribution despite the fact that you were a former rival, right? For that person? What a terrible joke. Enough of this nonsense, and ready to engage. Yes, temporary basic combat mode enabled. Alrighty. Allocating combat module linkage. Combat data loading completed. No data conflicts detected. Switch to combat mode. Great. Let's keep going. Let's keep this going. Uh-oh, are your chores all finished now? By the way, I'm usually highly efficient when I'm on my own. So you two can continue playing your little mistress and servant game. Don't worry, I'll be giving the Agra 5-star reviews in my mission report. How nice of you. Well, the captain who was used to saying one thing but doing another. I'm starting to feel sorry for Cerberus's commandant. Cerberus's commandant has absolute trust in me and will never treat me like a monitored subject. What do you say, Dollface? I'd rather say Cerberus's commandant is also struggling to discipline a vicious dog. We should exchange thoughts on this. Without swinging. Oh, unfortunately my commandant has many more important jobs to do than listening to your constructive insights. I don't think that things between higher-ups are for you to worry about. Toys should only do what toys are supposed to do. Now move in the 30-degree direction. Yes, mistress. Damn. Maybe not check one more time if the ones on the tree are the same type of experimental constructs that attack us. Negative. The ones that attack Mistress were the corrupted. However, the remains on the tree are not simply experimental constructs. Some of them also show faint punishing virus readings. Given that our target location is about 500 meters ahead, it's possible that it's already been invaded by the corrupted. We'll be moving forward stealthily from here on. Echoes of yesterday. With the enemies out of the way, a retro-looking building can be seen at the end of a forest path. Intricate lines adorn the period stonework, framing the unique tall spire without making it unapproachable. Dark green and brown, a popular color combination during the Golden Age, cover the exterior. Despite the building eventually being owned by Kurono as a shelter, it is apparent that the architect intended it to be a cozy resort. A shelter. Who would Bambinata be now if she had not been adopted by her parents back then? For the first time in a very long time, Vanessa tries to remember the first time she met Bambinata. The carbon fiber-made blinds rise automatically at 2 o'clock in the afternoon as programmed, allowing the bright but not blinking artificial sunlight into the living room. Usually ending her afternoon nap at this hour, Vanessa has awoken already. Tidied up and dressed, Vanessa is sitting with her mother for a cup of child-friendly latte at her mother's insistence. She puts her porcelain cup back onto the saucer sternly, but the clanging porcelain does not draw the adult's attention as she hoped. Frustrated, Vanessa leans on the sofa as she sits there, her feet dangling and kicking impatiently. Why are you still on the sofa, Vanessa? I don't want her in our home, Mother. We're not talking about this again, Vanessa. Now straighten your dress. I'll be here soon. Don't embarrass this family. Father. Come here, Vanessa. Raymond straightens his collars to perfection in front of the mirror before bending down and helping Vanessa smoothen her dress. Doesn't this look much better? Now, your mother talked to you about this a week ago, didn't she? You should be happy about getting a younger sister soon. Not to mention that your sister is capable of... Just know that we're doing all this for you. It's time. We have to get to the entrance of the residential district. They can't deliver inside. Manners, Vanessa. Don't forget what I always teach you. But I don't want a sister. Don't you upset me right now, young lady. Her mother's exquisite face immediately sinks. Afraid of looking up at her mother's face, Vanessa bites her lips nervously. Time to go. Realizing that she cannot change what is to come, the young child looks greatly displeased, but no amount of resentment will give her parents any pause. Eventually, she follows them to the sister she does not want. Originally a colony ship, Babylonia did not have its residential district designed with opulence in mind. After it became an ark, the district was further balanced between comfort and the number of homes it could provide. But the researcher is still stunned by the holographic landscape and the automatic artificial sun. He never thought there would be such a disparity between the simple lodgings on the ship and on the surface. Back to his senses, the researcher gulps right as the familiar faces appear behind the glass door that is beyond his status. He immediately taps the girl behind him. Excuse me, calling her attention away from the holographic pool. It's been too long. It must have been a difficult journey. How's it going? Is the research going well? It's so-so. There hasn't been significant progress since you were gone, Petra, and there have only been more problems. This kid's amnesia, for example. Do we have any external data regarding this kind of mind symptoms? We do, Dr. Raymond. I backed up part of our research data. Everything's in the suitcase. Stop spacing out, Bambinata. Here, these are your parents now. The researcher drags Bambinata from behind him toward the two adults. With all the eyes on her, the girl acts like a tamed fawn. Look at us, forgetting why we're here. You're Bambinata, aren't you? Yes, Mother. What a good girl. Here, this is your sister Nessa. Come on, Vanessa. Having been hiding behind Petra and Raymond, Vanessa steps up unwillingly. She locks her head out of spite, refusing to look Bambinata in the eyes. Nessa. Vanessa's annoyance is plain to see. Noticing how Bambinata almost falls back behind the researcher but chooses to stand her ground, Vanessa's gaze is even more disdainful. Your sister might be a little bit tired, having just woken up from her nap. Where are your manners, Vanessa? Say hi to Bambinata. Vanessa turns her head away, begrudgingly grabbing Bambinata's hand and shaking it. Kids, am I right? It's normal to be grumpy after being woken up from a nap. So, Bambinata, you'll be living on Babylonia with your parents and your sister from now on. Not many people are as lucky as you, so behave, alright? Okay? Bambinata will. Are you leaving? I am. You don't have to come back for more experiments now. Bambinata nods obediently, lowering her head right as she is about to cry, not showing any emotion regarding the researcher leaving. Bambinata has always been the most well-behaved one. You don't have to worry about that, Doctor. Feel free to contact me if there's any progress or questions regarding the research. We're all very excited to have an expert like you on the case. As the adults begin to talk about business, Vanessa steals a glance at her sister. Her irritating braids, miserable expression, and tactless clothes, and yet mother and father are treating her with such kindness. Ooh, excuse me. How annoying. This obedience must be an act to steal mother's and father's attention away from me. Ah, she's looking this way. How irritating. Stop looking at me. Right. Do you mind taking a photo for us? We want to welcome Bambinata into the family. Of course not. Right here? How about this side? We can have something nicer as the backdrop. Come on, children. Here, Bambinata, stand before me. Raymond gently smiles, reaching out with a hand patiently for the girl to react. Bambinata stands before her father as she was told, adjusting her posture for the photo. Petra pulls Vanessa next to Bambinata and squeezes Vanessa's shoulder, indicating her to look at the camera. These are delusions of a brat child. Everyone ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1, smile. Oh, that's... You're not smiling. Despite how unwilling Vanessa is, there's no way she can stop Bambinata from becoming part of her family. Raymond and Petra stay home way more than usual for the week after that, but they are always spending their time with Bambinata during the day. Vanessa watches them through the doors secretly and sees Raymond gently unplugging cables from the back of Bambinata's head before Petra pats and compliments her. Vanessa has never seen her mother smiling like that. Damn. Between the days spent in the laboratory and the nights spent in the home shared by the four of them, Vanessa has been getting reprimanded for her increasingly petulant behavior. Raymond and Petra are overjoyed at the progress of the research, and Bambinata's cooperation has only made the process easier. The excitement of tackling an unresolved mystery in their field has kept them fully occupied, to the extent that they are unaware of the crack forming beyond their scientific research. Smack. Hey, who let you replace a photo of me and my parents? Vanessa steps into the living room to find Bambinata placing the photo of the four of them on the coffee table. The original family photo without Bambinata is nowhere to be found. Furious, Vanessa shoves the new photo into Bambinata's arms, and the photo frame drops onto the hard floor, the glass shattering into pieces. Bambinata falls from the force of Vanessa's push, and she looks up at Vanessa helplessly. Seeing Bambinata's annoyingly pitiful expression, Vanessa repeats her question. I asked you a question. Who let you replace the photo of me and my parents? Mother told Bambinata to put the new photo here, so... Listen, I never agreed to you being my sister. You are not stealing mother and father away from me. Who would want to be an obedient puppet like you? Mother and father are simply fooled by your act. I hate you. How did Bambinata look back then? Shocked? Helpless? So puny that she almost cried? Vanessa tries to piece together how Bambinata looked back then, but something does not seem to line up. Hey, wake up! We're here, so stop daydreaming. Is there a single sensible person in Agrit? Vanessa immediately takes out her terminal to confirm their coordination, while trying to push away the untimely flashback. I was just calculating the risks. Guess who's staying back when there's an emergency? Hey, Bambinata, your mistress called. Mistress? Enough. Avoid the front door and inspect the interior from that window first. Vera chuckles, seeing Vanessa flustered, and she leads the way toward the broken glass window. Bum 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 ba da dum. peeping. Whoa. Choose a node to enter the stage. The beginning. Something's off. Way too clean, almost like someone's still living here. Could it be those experimental constructs on the trees outside? Playing house here, unlikely. Running out from inside. Something here that scares them. They're honestly brutal. They're vicious. They're feral. Children. Ugh. No experiment items found. But the layout of the walls here doesn't fully make sense. Not sure if they've been altered before. So they've hidden the tracks of their experiments. Phonograph. Its hand crank can still be turned, but no response will come out of it. It must have broken. Just starts playing. Spooky. Bark model. Jump scare. Whoa! We're being watched. Data storage devices might still be running. Let's see if there's any clues to the location of the security room. Teddy. Broken surveillance device in the belly of the bear. Belly of the beast. When they sense weakness. Hey, look. Nani? Oh. Broken construct. Broken doesn't appear to pose any threat based on the identification of the terminal is model range of 10. Illegal modification. Who in their right mind would make a construct look like a creepy ass doll, bruh? Come on, man. Bunk beds are nice and teedy. Perhaps the children here have been living a relatively easy life. Perhaps. We're gonna see another froggy plushie. Schedule seems healthy. Horse can still be used despite the subtle scratches on it. Sure is spooky. Pendulum seems to be stuck. The hands are still movable. On the side of the pendulum clock is a schedule. There's another schedule. Keep it as it is. I'm laughing nervously. What in the shining? What in the frickin' shining? There's gonna be red tide just flooding in. It's just gonna be red rum written on the wall. Behind the shelf? How did you know that? Strange memory in Bambinata's mind. Here's Zera. When did it show up? Just now, Bambinata scanned a frame. Remember someone passing through here. See if there's anything unusual about this bookshelf. How do we blow this place up, mistress? Let's avoid impacting the electronics. Can we find it in the memory? Data's not complete. Let Bambinata try to find it. Fix it. The text is going by so quick, I can't read it fast enough. Cerberus, you keep an eye on things and help out Bambinata. Good memory. You should make it more consistent. Can I adjust the time perception? You mean this? Same wooden horse. Must have taken place before the game time. Mistress should be able to find it. Group games. Tidy up toys, otherwise you become naughty children. Naughty children will be punished. Naughty children will be punished. Oops, wrong one. Time to rest, sleep on time. Good girl, blah blah, rewarded. Have a good blah, blah. Spooky. Oh, I'm playing it there. Okay. Mistress should be able to find it. What are we missing? Christmas songs start playing in the background. We obtained a stool. Seems I still have to adjust the clock. Calculation module. Creepy. Someone's keeping a secret from the doll face. Love how she can combine her blades into one weapon. That's cool. Verify at the shelf. My god. I found a secret. We found a secret, sorry. We. What the heck is this skull, bruh? What is this? Cage of another world. Normal POV. Using your own characters will give you different experiences. Huh? Dun, 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 dun. Start from the beginning. Start from the middle. Beginning. Ooh. Something related to the experiment. Look deeper. Maybe I can try to be. Tap the blue banner. Oh, that's what it means? Oh. Oh, it is what it is. What's done is done. What's done is done. Load data. Enter the recovery space. Anything related to the experiment or architectural blueprints? Understood. Straight ahead. Oh, 1 month too late right now. Man, don't do this to me. You know I hate horror, come on. This game actually puts in a fucking jump scare, I'm gonna freak. Oh, fascinating. It's one of them puzzles. Right. I remember. Yeah, I remember. Miranda is off to the next area. Hate it. Hate it. I don't like that. Blueprints and get to the thing. There's something right behind you. Like zoinks. Oh, we're there now. Bambinata? Come to mother. What did you say? There's a voice outside. Go check it out. Just nothing but bad. Got nothing but bad feeling right now. I hate that it's completely silent too. It's so unnerving. Okay. Who's there? What in the shining? All work, no play makes Zera a dull boy or some shit like that. Ah! Run! Whoa. Hold on. Oh, God. Jesus. Oh, that's wicked, though. Oh, wait, what? Oh, you're supposed to avoid being seen? I didn't realize. Ha! Oh. Clickers and PGA before GTA 6. God. I would love to get something like this in, like, Woo-Wah, please. Something like this in Woo-Wah would be so good. Oh, Jesus. I like that little detail with her eyes where there's like this little heart-shaped thing at the top. Jeez. Spooky. Ooh. Halloween was just last month, man. Come on. Sunken consciousness. Mistress? Bambinata opens her eyes, but Vanessa is not around her as expected. There is no record of the room she is in or how she traveled here in her memory data. Has someone moved her physically while she was trapped inside the abnormal data? Is Mistress safe then? So long as there's FNAF. Unlike carrying out a solo mission, being separated from Mistress has sent Bambinata's mind into a panic. Has Mistress decided to leave Bambinata here because Bambinata was performing poorly? To confirm her mistress's status and quell her doubts, Bambinata tries to send a message to Vanessa's terminal. Only then does she realize that some kind of interference is hindering her from controlling her frame. Forcing her to calm down, Bambinata inspects her surroundings. This is a large hall, unlike the rooms they searched. Candles, lamps, fire. Small light sources light up parts of the area, forming an incoherent picture. Failing to enhance her visual module by increasing the computing power, Bambinata can only search for a way out in the spots that are lit up. Baby sis is awake, mother. Struggling to enter a battle stance, Bambinata does not expect another mechanoid dressed as a caretaker to appear behind her. The shadow the mechanoid casts is so large that it fully envelops Bambinata. Child, become my child. Good children must become family. Doris, Dati, together. Prompted? It can't be. Bambinata isn't detecting a high concentration of the punishing virus. An uninfected mechanoid and an early experimental construct. You. Doris, you must answer mother properly. Otherwise, you'll become one of the naughty children. As your older sister, I don't want you to become a naughty child. It'll break mother's heart and mine. Naughty children require punishments. Good children become family. Doris. Oh my god. The caretaker mechanoid wraps her arms around Bambinata, her hand caressing Bambinata's chin. Recalling how her mistress often takes time to carefully maintain her frame, Bambinata desperately wants to get away from the unfamiliar hand, knowing full well where she belongs. Family. Mistress Needy Bambinata. No one can alter that. She tries to send another message, but the transmission disappears into the ether, as if falling into a pit. Doris doesn't need others. You're wrong. Mistress's commands are Bambinata's purpose. Doris doesn't follow rules. The punching virus? How? Oh god. Her words are interrupted by an intense pain from her inver device, as if giant spikes are being nailed into her skull. Bambinata cannot think or compute. She can barely feel her inver device running. The virus tears her consciousness into pieces, sinking them into the very bottom of her mind. The plummet devours all her senses, blinding and deafening her. In her deep mind, she finds no trace of pain or worry. Cocoons slowly arise sparsely inside the infinite darkness, their number gradually growing. They slowly surround Bambinata, hovering where she can easily reach, seemingly inviting her to catch them. She pokes one near her, and the cocoon bursts, the unfamiliar memory data inside enveloping Bambinata. Since the preparation for the adoption started, Bambinata has been removed from the experiments and maintained by a specific researcher. The person adopting you is a renowned doctor. His wife used to work with us too. With their help, maybe you'll stop forgetting things one day. Bambinata will stop forgetting? That's right. You won't suddenly forget who you are and what you're supposed to do. That's okay, because all of you will be there to remind Bambinata. Will people stop taking care of Bambinata if Bambinata starts remembering things? Life is very long, longer still for a construct. You will inevitably run into something you have to handle alone. If you can remember, you can survive on your own. Why do I even bother? You will understand. At least your future parents are on Babylonia. Chances are you won't end up like the experimental constructs here, spending your whole life being studied until you're discarded. Then what should Bambinata do? What should you do? You should be a good girl and behave. But why does Nessa still hate Bambinata? I hate you. Mother and father have been spending all their time with you ever since you arrived. I said I didn't want a sister. Are they trying to replace me with you? It's because I don't behave well? Because I didn't get first place during the last exam? But I tried my best. Everyone else said getting third place was very impressive. Liars. Vanessa starts mumbling until she crouches down and sobs. Even someone like Nessa, who is loved and well cared for, is also scared of losing her place. She is also scared of becoming worthless if she loses her purpose, just like Bambinata. Perhaps somehow catching some resemblances of herself in Vanessa, Bambinata recalls how her mother strokes her hair and reaches for Vanessa's head carefully. What are you doing? I don't need your pity. Sorry, Bambinata just thought it would make you feel better. Although she cannot tell how Vanessa feels for sure, Bambinata reaches out again, seeing that Vanessa has stopped scolding her. Do mother and father hate me? Of course not. They even mentioned earlier that they wanted to make you a great doctor someday. Mother said that as long as the experiments on Bambinata make progress, she could unlock the secrets of the mind and the invert device with father, and that would bring you a bright future. Bambinata never wanted to steal mother and father away from you. Bambinata is only here because of the value she can provide. Bambinata is only needed to secure your future. Bambinata exists for you, Nessa. Is that so? But I don't know anything about the mind device something. Hold on. Were you just bragging about spending a whole day with mother and father? That's not what Bambinata meant. Forget it. Pinker promised that you won't tell anyone about me crying today. looking at the pinky finger Vanessa has extended. Bambinata does not know how to react. You don't know how to pinky promise? How stupid. Vanessa grabs Bambinata's hand, and the soft human finger shakes the mechanical pinky. Cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in my eye. Alright, you've made a promise now, so you can't say anything. You hear me, Bambinata? Bambinata won't say anything, Nessa. If she recalls correctly, that is the first time Vanessa calls Bambinata by her name. Her artificial skin can still feel this unfamiliar touch. After this strange ritual, Bambinata makes a note to herself in secret not to break a promise she has made to Vanessa. Oh no, we have to clean up the broken frame or we're going to get an earful. Go grab a vacuum cleaner. Okay. Her memories are bluntly cut off there and then. The clear visuals slowly fade back to the silent darkness. Bambinata's consciousness returns to the void, and the many data cocoons once again gather around her. Data cocoons. Is the amnesia the reason they are splintered into incoherent pieces? With a newfound expectation, Bambinata touches a second cocoon, and another memory begins to play. Activation successful. Look at your mother's fingers, Bambinata. Alright, the visual module is working. She's conscious. How are you feeling, Bambinata? Any discomfort or strange sensations? Who are you? We are your parents. Your name is Bambinata. Something went wrong with you, and your mother and I are trying to find out why you're sick. Bambinata. The girl was seemingly used to this kind of situation. Not showing any fear, Bambinata quietly repeats what she has been told. How's the chip running? It's running fine. I'm taking a data snapshot and keeping it on file. You may feel a little heat behind your head in a second, Bambinata. It's perfectly normal. Okay. Don't worry. We're trying to insert a chip that will help you store your memory data. Just behave and don't move. The data snapshot is here. It's done. Here. The efficiency of this chip can still be greatly optimized. The results are quite a ways from our expectations, even for a prototype. Our previous tests were focusing on our mind stability. Developing the mind chip was an impromptu decision. The simulated model was quite far off from our base data to begin with. The experiment results they sent weren't complete, which must have affected the simulation. We'll iterate on it as we go. It just needs to help collect data now. We should focus on solving the more important problem. We've also figured out why our frame shuts down. It was a programming conflict left behind from a previous test. Then that has been fixed. Let's call it a day. We'll let the frame run with the chip for a while and see how it goes. Here, Bambinata, stand up. Having put back the tools and the equipment, Petra opens the door to the laboratory to find a startled Vanessa standing outside. The girl immediately pretends she is just walking past. Nessa, shouldn't you be doing your homework right now? I finished today's work already, Father. Can't you do more then? See, break time is still 20 minutes away. Your problem is you never have any initiative. The Smith boy was already recognized as a genius when he was your age. Your mother's right, Nessa. You shouldn't be wandering around when you should be studying. I'm not wandering about. Vanessa wants to clarify something, but in the end she just lowers her head silently. Right. Bambinata happens to need to overwrite her data on you. Bambinata, this is your sister, Vanessa. Overwrite? Vanessa does not seem to understand the word. And Petra and Raymond do not appear to intend to explain it. Bambinata can see Vanessa observing her with confusion, hoping to find an answer. Hello, Nessa. You don't remember me? Sorry. It's fantastic. I don't need your apology. At that, Vanessa runs back to her room. Did Bambinata say something wrong? That's Vanessa. I never know what she's up to next. Only she was as well behaved as you. I wonder when she'll understand that everything we're doing is for her future. Bambinata carefully considers Petra's words. If everything her parents do is for Vanessa, Bambinata should obviously give everything for her sister as well, being a well-behaved daughter. But the way Vanessa looks at her, did she do something wrong in the past? It's almost lunchtime. You can rest on the sofa. Yes, Mother. Despite not being tired, Bambinata still follows Petra's instructions and sits squarely on the sofa. Petra prepares lunch and calls the rest of the family to the dining table, one by one. Raymond slowly walks down from the second floor and sits on a dining chair. He is still obsessed with his calculations, his fingers writing something on the table. Petra knocks 3 times before Vanessa finally comes out of her room unwillingly, intentionally avoiding looking at Bambinata. Bambinata, constructs don't have to eat. Noticing Petra entering the room, Bambinata sits up even more straight. Okay. You can walk around the house while we eat, or rest on the sofa if you're tired. Understood. Bambinata will sit right here. Alright then. Once Vanessa is done with her lunch, you can both take a nap together. Although you're not at the point where you need to power down, there's no harm to sufficient rest. Keeping a familiar resting schedule to Vanessa will get you two familiarized quicker. Your sisters now, after all. With that, Petra pats Bambinata on her shoulder and turns around, heading toward the dining table. Watching Petra leave, Bambinata notices Vanessa stealing a glance at her, but Vanessa turns away immediately, realizing Bambinata is watching. Vanessa seems to dislike Bambinata. Bambinata must not do anything she despises starting today. Realizing that, Bambinata looks away. Lunch does not last too long. Vanessa returns to her room after the meal, while Bambinata still sits in the same corner of the sofa. Only when Petra finishes putting away the cutlery does Bambinata leave, having received a command to nap in the bedroom. Outside the light gray door to the bedroom is a magnetic decoration with Vanessa's name. Knowing that she is about to step into a space that once belonged only to one person, Bambinata holds onto the doorknob nervously. She enters the room with the slightest movement possible, and she finds a duvet all crumpled up in the middle of the giant bed. As Bambinata wonders where to lie down, Vanessa rolls to one side of the bed from underneath the duvet, leaving the other side empty. Bambinata slows down her movement to avoid disturbing Vanessa. Right as she gets near the bed, Vanessa suddenly sits up, startling her. Can you lie down already? Why are you so slow? Vanessa turns around and lies down after that. As if receiving permission, Bambinata lies down in good posture, where Vanessa moved away from. Right before she enters sleep mode, Vanessa throws a corner of the duvet toward her, covering Bambinata. Cover your tummy or you'll catch a cold. Didn't Mother tell you? A good girl like you couldn't have forgotten about it already, could you? Mother hasn't told Bambinata about this yet. Perhaps it's because constructs can't catch a cold? Whatever, just cover yourself. Of course, it is done, Nessa. Vanessa does not turn around to check, instead just acknowledges Bambinata's words with a hum. Bambinata somehow gets the impression that Vanessa is a little bit more at ease. Recognizing that, her tensed body also relaxes miraculously. Why does she feel this way? Her existence is to be commanded. Bambinata requires guidance. But unlike the instructions Bambinata received in the past from others, Vanessa's harsh words seem to hide something softer underneath. Bambinata holds onto the soft duvet as though it is the subtle shade that lies beyond Vanessa's words. You don't remember me? Sorry. Stop apologizing. I just want to figure out what's going on. Father and Mother only said that they had put something inside Bambinata to help Bambinata remember. Bambinata doesn't recall the rest. You're not scared? Scared. Perhaps she was scared in the beginning, but that is no longer an emotion this frame holds. Throughout the cycles of resets, Bambinata has learned that as long as she can find someone to give her purpose, she will know where to go and how to act. And that takes away the fear. It's okay. Father and Mother will tell Bambinata what Bambinata should do. So will you, Nessa? I don't have the time to tell you anything. Ugh, look at the time. We've got half an hour before we have to wake up. Go to sleep, quickly. Okay. Bambinata will remember that. You can't remember a thing even after you made a pinky promise. Right as Bambinata enters her sleep, Vanessa seems to mumble something by her side. But before she can figure out what Vanessa said, Bambinata's consciousness once again fades to black. Time to game. That's what we've been doing. It's time to game. Hang on a second. I just need to check on something real quick. Hang on. Just give me a moment. It's going to take a few minutes. Hang on. Still just checking on something real quick. That's weird. Dun, 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 dun. unseen POV. Using your own characters will give you a different experience. Difficult stage. Interesting. Growl. Let me get this straight. Dollface just terminated a deep mind connection before running off without you? The redhead construct strikes like a burning blade, cutting down her enemies without hesitation. She even has time to inquire how Vanessa and Bambinata separated between moments of fighting. There must be some kind of interference. She wouldn't have been able to act without receiving a command otherwise. We have to find her quickly. Don't you see that I'm already clearing the enemies? Vanessa gives Vera the stink eye before pulling up the architectural blueprint she recovered from the security room to plan the route ahead. She did not have the time to inspect it this closely before. Underneath their floor is a blurred gray area. There are no remarks on what it is or how to enter it. If this building was intended as a normal charity originally, then Corona must have built a series of research-related facilities after gaining control of it for their experiments. They never found any laboratory-like facilities on their way here, which means the gray area is probably where they are located. Although she does not know how Bambinata is getting interference, whatever is affecting Bambinata must be related to this structure's past. Chances are she will find Bambinata in the gray area too. Discovering how to enter there during their search may be the key to finding Bambinata and completing their recovery objective. What about the security cameras? Have you looked into them? Of course. Whoever they are, they've tampered with the cameras already. Don't you have some way to communicate with your terminals on occasions like this? Some sort of code word or sound she makes, or some marker she could have left behind? I shouldn't be surprised that the Cerberus prefers such primitive methods. My apologies, Your Highness, but technologies aren't as reliable as our primitive ways sometimes. Like, right now. And I just remembered making a deal with Dollface back then. I don't have to rescue her if something goes wrong. You dare disobey my orders? I guess I can consider taking care of the 2 puppies you left behind when you were court-martialed. Did I say anything about retreating with you? Aren't you a bit optimistic about treating me as your safety net when you're tasked to monitor me? Monitor you? What are you talking about? Vera kicks the enemy in front of her before quickly dashing behind Vanessa, blocking an ambush on the unaware commandant. Had I missed that? Look at me being careless. Forget what I just said. I think I misunderstood something about you two. Enough chit-chat. I'm done playing now. Here's hoping that you won't slow me down. Oh.
まだまだよ。地獄に連れてってほしいの。
Astra, don't let him run away. I know. Infighting? Shh, don't alert them yet. My construct seems to be getting punished because he ran away. If he retains such a strong will to survive, he may not have lost his mind completely. What are you trying to say? If he's still somehow sane, we can simply make him spit out where Dollface is exactly. Your strategies really... Let's capture him alive. Hey, it should be the Commandant to give orders. Excellent. I want to hurry you if you can answer a few questions. Where's the little blue and white dress doll now? Group. Game time. You've got some nerve. Hold on, let's split up here. You go after him. I'll head back to the security room and see if there are any more clues about those constructs' intentions. Suit yourself. If you're so confident that you can protect yourself on your own. Keep this to yourself. If you need help, just yell for me. I can't miss this scene. I'll give you one last chance. What the heck? Grid sweeper. Man. Blue bug will explode if you step on the left grid in front of it. Red bug will explode if you step on the right. Black bug will explode if you step on either grid behind it. Oh. What? Good children will stand guard, while naughty children who fail 3 times will be punished by Mother tonight. What the heck? So, blues stay on the right, reds stay on the left. Black bugs stay in front. Oh, God. Game rules. What do they have to do with my question? Too bad you wasted your last chance. Stab. Nope. Begging for your life. Or wubby waboo. Leading the way. I'd better follow him. Wabby waboo. Oh, fuck. Stay on the left of the blue. Stay on the right of the red. Oh, God. Game you mentioned before. Is there some kind of procedural behavior among these constructs? Oh, jeez. Oh, whoops. I stepped on it by accident. Oh, you know what? Who cares about this game? Who cares? Who cares about the rules? Vero's just like, man, screw this shit. Have you found any clues? Almost all the cameras were shut off. But I managed to find a clip from about 15 minutes ago. I'm syncing it to your terminal now. Your face looks like you failed the mission and a transport craft was blown up. What? Something even worse? No, I just saw something dull. A pair of old ballet shoes in a box. It's none of your business. Scene complete. Those constructs were heading in the same direction before they disappeared. That's the direction toward the end of the living room. This is where they disappeared. Under the carpet must be a hidden door. I've got this. If your blade had gone just a bit more to the right, you'd be facing a court-martial afterward. Accidents won't exist if they don't happen. Let's go. Wait, before that, we should investigate all the unchecked rooms. It's possible that Bambinata didn't act as we deduced. If all those constructs were really down here like the camera showed, they could have overwhelmed us. And our situation will be even more dire if Bambinata isn't there. Not to mention circling back to find her will require more time and effort. Fine, let's go back. Let's go. Well, fine, let's get going. Let's not waste any time. We'll start with the room on the left. Let's go. Vanessa turns her gaze away from a corner of the room. Vera can glance from the corner of her eyes that Vanessa is still obsessed with the ballet shoes they found. But if Vanessa does not want to talk about it, Vera does not bother to offer her a therapy session. Instead, she pretends she has not noticed anything. Since you were busy helping Father with his research today, I'll show you the moves you missed, just this once. Don't you laugh at me if I look terrible. I'm warning you. Bambinata won't. Thank you, Nessa. Bambinata nods with pen and paper in her hands, like a dutiful student. I'm only doing this so I don't cringe at how silly you'd otherwise be next time. Without letting Bambinata respond, Vanessa quickly taps the terminal and plays the practice music the teacher played earlier today. She stands on her toes as the music plays, her hands moving the air just enough to stir the curtains by the window. The sunlight shines through the silk onto Vanessa, looking gentle and soft on the dancing girl. Bambinata suddenly has the image of an agate, trapped in a glass cage. Even when it cannot escape, it refuses to be any less elegant and proud. Pirouette, pass, reverence. The beauty that extends beyond the boundaries of this room stops abruptly as Vanessa turns the music off. That's about it. They didn't teach anything too complicated in the first session. Have you remembered the moves? Vanessa leans in to check Bambinata's notes, only to find them completely empty. Bambinata, you didn't jot down anything. Bambinata has recorded the way you danced in her mind. Sure you do. I gave you the notebook because we both know you'll forget things eventually. I'm going to change my clothes. Go review the moves. When Vanessa comes back to the bedroom in her casual clothing, she finds Bambinata spacing out toward where she was dancing. Bambinata is staring at the sunlit spot, and Vanessa finds the solemn expression on Bambinata's childlike face inevitably funny. Approaching Bambinata quietly, Vanessa sees herself drawn on the paper in Bambinata's hands. In the drawing, she is dancing alone in the bright, spacious room. Her eyes close as sunlight showers over the quiet scene. Feeling as if something is missing, Bambinata hesitantly sketches a shorter figure next to Vanessa. Then her pen stops. The blank figure formed by a few rough circles and lines is filled with pointless dots. I told you to review the moves. Why on earth are you drawing? Never mind that. What even is that mess? That person. Bambinata hasn't figured it out yet. Bambinata hasn't figured out what the person standing next to you should look like. The person standing next to her. Sometimes Vanessa has no idea what Bambinata is thinking. But seeing how clueless Bambinata looks, how can Vanessa allow her to make a fool of herself? What do I do with you? Fine. Start practicing the basics with me. You can never go wrong with the fundamentals. Here, help me unroll this mat. Bambinata puts down her pen and paper as told. What Vanessa does not know is that Bambinata has already placed the blank figure deep inside her heart. Ah. 3 more battle nodes. This looks to be short. Okay. Let me be right back. It might take a while actually, like maybe 5 minutes or so. I'm actually kind of like hungry, so I'm just gonna quickly make myself like some food. Okay, I'm back. She's full machine, right? She can grow like human? No, she's fully machine, so she can't grow like in terms of like height. So she doesn't grow in height. Take a little bit of a break right now. I just made myself like some oatmeal and whatnot. I should probably grab water too. Hang on. Got water. That way you don't have to end up hearing any clicking noise when I read. Ugh. It's got fruit. It's got fruit in it. It's got fruit in it. Well, it's kind of like, it's not like heated up or anything. What I did was like, I added like some chia seeds, rolled oats, protein powder, milk, a bit of maple syrup, and then fruit. Rolled oats, not cold oats. Rolled oats are like a lot more, from what I understand, they're a lot more Actually, I don't know how to explain it. It's delicious. Okay. Let me wash it down with some water. That was Bambi's height in the flashback. Yep. She's just small. She's always just small. She's small. Still pretty tall. Hang on. Let me see. How tall is Vera? Does it say how tall she is? Probably from here, right? 164 centimeters. How's that? How tall is that? All right, so Vera here is like about 5 foot something, like about 5'5" ish. And Bambi was like about half her height, I'd say. Well, I don't have Bambi, so I can't actually tell. Bambi a midge. She is tiny. All I know is that she is tiny. Yeah, all I know is she's tiny. Ah, we're 64% of the way. You wanna, right? Yeah. Bring her to Blue Archive. She fits right in. Figure in the mirror. Actually, hang on. The gray ribbon side would actually tell you. Might actually tell you what her height is. 135.5 centimeters, which is what? What is that in height? What is that? Oh, she's like 4 feet. She's like 4'5", 4'4" ish. Yeah, she's pretty short. She's pretty small. She's small. Actual gremlin. Yeah, she gremlin. She's got gremlin height, but she's not an actual gremlin. The actual gremlin would be Nanami. Alright, figure in the mirror. It has been a very long time since an external force stirred up these forgotten waters. Fragments of memories have been abandoned in this place, but there has never been a way to connect them. These hidden pearls in the ocean depths can finally be retrieved by their owner because of a coincidental encounter. All right, one more time from the top. 5, 6, 7, 8. Nora, keep it straight. No, you're still bending it. Lock it tight. You're doing it wrong too, Jenny. All right, stop it. Bambinata, come here. Demonstrate to your classmates. Yes, miss. Look carefully, you lot. Bambinata is the most accurate one among you. Pay close attention to the details in her wrist movement. The music she has familiarized in her mind plays again, and Bambinata closes her eyes, her body moving elegantly according to the melody. Even though this dance is only a combination of 12 basic moves, Bambinata still manages to turn it into a seemingly careful choreographed dance. As the song ends, Bambinata's body returns to its original position, following the last note. She opens her eyes as if a puppet is brought to life once more. Brilliant, Bambinata. You can go back now. The teacher gently pats Bambinata on the back, her eyes filled with recognition and affection. She's a bot, not fair. This is the first construct student she has taught in her whole career. Petra specifically mentioned to her how special Bambinata was before the girl even stepped into the classroom. Still, even a teacher like her had to take a while before she accepted Bambinata and stopped seeing the girl as someone strange, and it took her longer still to discover Bambinata's aptitude in ballet. Not to mention how much time she has had to spend beyond the classes to guide the other students, and all curious about Bambinata and talk about the construct girl privately. I told you on the first session that great ballet dancers you see don't just get their fundamentals right. The aura and soul they bring to ballet are equally important. This is the last session in this term. I want to remind you that your practice doesn't stop at repeating the moves. Familiarize yourselves with music and spend time making those details in your movement more elegant. Alright, one more time before class is dismissed. And 5, 6, 7, 8. After the practice is over, the teacher gives each student specific notes about what they can work on before they leave. In the end, Vanessa and Bambinata are the only ones left. I'm proud of you, Vanessa. You improve a lot every session. Your fundamentals are one of the best in the class. What I'll recommend, however, is to listen to music more. Not to remember the melody, but to enjoy it and discover what you want to express through your movement. And you, Bambinata? I know you have some physical advantages, but I still believe that you are meant for ballet. Keep at it if it's possible, yeah? Alright, get changed to go home. Don't forget to close the door when you're gone, okay? The teacher waves goodbye and leaves the classroom with the files in her hands. Are you also practicing for 2 extra hours today, Nessa? I'll let you know when we're done practicing. Vanessa knows that she cannot let up even with the teacher's approval. Be the one who is worth the most. Right now, Vanessa cannot surpass Bambinata in the teacher's mind, no matter how much she has improved. Sighing, Vanessa grabs the bar and starts practicing from position 1. Meanwhile, Bambinata watches Vanessa's move. Watches Vanessa's every move, like always. Hey, I have a question for you. Yes? Do you have any secret tricks? Secret tricks? Bambinata looks a little confused before shaking her head after some thoughts. Then you must have a way to dance better, don't you? Bambinata never thought about that. Bambinata, are you hiding something from me? You must find it funny that I have to stoop so low to ask you, don't you? I was the one who showed you the moves originally, and now it's the opposite. That's not it. Bambinata won't keep anything for you, Nessa. It's just that no one ever asked Bambinata about her progress. Maybe it's because Bambinata is a construct? That's what I thought, which is why I've been practicing the fundamentals way more than you. The teacher just said you're meant for ballet, even beyond your physical capabilities. So what's going on through your mind when you dance? What were you thinking about when the teacher asked you to demonstrate just then? Rhythm? Nothing. She does not think about techniques deliberately. She just follows the ebb and flow of the music and pursues the sunlit figure dancing in her mind. What? You don't recall the moves in order? Bambinata doesn't. How dare you dance better than me then? Ugh, it pisses me off. Wait a minute. You can't be... Do you like ballet, Bambinata? Before Bambinata can respond, Vanessa comes up with the conclusion for Bambinata, as if she needs it to be the correct answer. It must be it. Otherwise, how would you dance better than I do? Can't believe you like ballet. No wonder you're a bit better dancer than someone like me who hates it. With that, Vanessa stops speaking and starts practicing again. Is that so? Does Bambinata like ballet? But what does liking something look like? And who makes Bambinata like ballet? It is not an unfamiliar word, but Bambinata has never used it before. Nice picture. It's so detailed. They do a great job with these illustrations. Bambinata tries to search for things she likes from the available memory data in her mind, but this detached observation cannot help her fully understand the term. And since she cannot find the memory data of her being commanded to like something, the search results are giving her anxiety. Panic. Bambinata looks at Vanessa's reflection in the mirror, and behind Vanessa stands the motionless self. Bambinata starts to look closely at her own body in the mirror for the first time. Is that the expression when one likes something? She does not look different from how she normally looks. Is that something she can do without being commanded? She does not know. Will liking ballet fill up the blank figure in her heart? Bambinata cannot answer for sure. Three days later. You can't even get first place in an extracurricular activity like this. Tell me how you could possibly distinguish yourself from others in the future. I don't want to be a ballet dancer anyway. Look at the world you're living in. You don't get to do what you want only. I sent you to ballet classes so that you have an extra talent and talking point when you go into the world and meet others. Every child of someone who is somebody on Babylonia wants a handful of these bargaining chips. Your father and I spent so much time and effort on your future just so your bargaining chips are worth a little bit more. You're not a child anymore, Vanessa. When will you learn? I sent Bambinata with you just to keep you company. Now the teacher says that Bambinata is the most talented one in the class. Petra sighs heavily as she says that. Bambinata stands nearby with her head lowered, avoiding looking at anyone as if she has done something wrong. Wonder why we even bother. A teacher said I improved a lot last time. Didn't she mention that? What use is that? Improvement is just a way to console the mediocre students. The excellent ones can always demonstrate their worth in the end and convince everyone. Receiving words of encouragement simply means that what you showed wasn't impressive enough. But the teacher approved of me and you said this is just an extracurricular activity. You still don't get it, Vanessa? Perhaps your life here is too comfortable. Do you know what the outside world looks like? You get turned into a machine if you're lucky, and your days are numbered if you're not. The only reason you can grow up in Babylonia is because of what this family is worth. The same applies to you. If you want to live a relatively safe life in the future, you have to be worth your privileges. Doing scientific research like your father and I is the safest route. You don't have to face the danger on the front line, and your research can bring you fame and fortune. Socialize with people with high status during public events. When you need it, you can transfer the values they bring to the table onto you. Just remember this. Only a good outcome justifies the journey. Otherwise, it becomes a wasted opportunity. Vanessa cannot find a better way to rebuke her mother, so she stays silent, keeping what she wanted to say to herself. The opening door breaks the silence in the room. Raymond finally has a day off, having been away for his research for a long time. Back, Petra briefly explains the results Vanessa and Bambinata got from the ballet classes. Nessa, I told you to stop calling me that last time, Father. Stop treating me like a child. Bye, Zara. Have a great dream. Alright, thanks for coming by, Tinkan. Have a good rest of your day. Raymond has missed a lot of Vanessa's childhood due to his work. He may not understand why his daughter stops wanting to be called her pet name, but then again, that is not a subject within the purview of his study. More often than not, he allocates the problems in the family to the person in charge of it, Petra. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. So, I understand what's happened more or less. You said we didn't listen to what you wanted in the past, Vanessa. If you're saying you don't want to do ballet anymore, you don't have to. Isn't that a whole term wasted? Even if we have to adjust our research direction if it's heading down the wrong path, don't we? There are other options beyond ballet. What about Bambinata? Bambinata? She'll join you in whatever you're doing next. But the teacher says she's meant for ballet. Aren't you happy that she got first place? Vanessa hesitates for 2 seconds. Remembering how Bambinata looked at dancing in the classroom, she quietly voices her hypothesis. And Bambinata likes ballet. A well-behaved child such as Bambinata was only following her parents' wishes. Petra's words are a simple statement, but she still turns toward Bambinata, awaiting her compliant response. Bambinata understands that her place should be decided by the person in charge of the family, but what she should do is clashing with Vanessa's expectations. Bambinata wavers for a brief moment before making what she believes is the right choice. Yes, Mother. That is decided. Go to rest, kids. Petra, I have a research model I want you to inspect. The adults start heading toward the laboratory, discussing things the children do not understand. But the gloominess in the room does not dissipate just because their parents are gone. Why did you say you like ballet? Bambinata can't be sure. Despite being fully prepared for a furious Vanessa, Bambinata's voice still shakes as she speaks. I'm so annoyed with you right now. Did Bambinata do something wrong? What's wrong with that? You've done nothing wrong. Bambinata tries her best to understand what Vanessa is saying. What other options does she have except for doing the right thing? Fantastic. Now you don't get to dance. Father and Mother might have let you continue if you would just tell them you liked it. The teacher said you're meant for it after all. What about you, Nessa? Me? I'm not meant for it, so I have to try something else. Next time, I'll get first place. Then Bambinata will also. Here you go again. Do you want to stick with me, or are you only doing so because our parents make you? Is there a difference between them? Seeing how angry Vanessa looks, Bambinata quickly nods and answers. Bambinata wants to stay with you, Nessa. I can't understand you. You would sacrifice what you like for this? Anyway, I won't lose next time. Remember that. Bambinata will remember it. Feeling the pressure around Vanessa slowly fading away, Bambinata smiles, not realizing it. Gate. Despite the path to the underground facility, Vanessa and Vera cannot guarantee that Bambinata will be there. Just to be safe, they are still checking every room on their way, searching for any sign of her. The sensation of loss overwhelms Vanessa once again. She cannot believe how quickly another puppet is missing after Teasel. She knows that Bambinata will not follow Teasel's path, but the anxiety that has built up inside her has reached a fever pitch. Open a door. Search. Close the door. The old doors creak as they are turned as if whispering to Vanessa the dream she does not want to revisit. Vanessa can remember a door that is louder than any door when it is closed. Are you asleep, Nessa? Perhaps Bambinata can sense how Vanessa is feeling. Perhaps she just notices how different Vanessa's breathing sounds tonight. I can't hide anything from you now, can I? Are you still bothered by what father and mother said? Do you think that a person can have no talent at all, Bambinata? Is it because I didn't work hard enough every time? Vanessa failed the laboratory assistant selection by one place. Raymond had to use his status so that there happened to be an extra position. Furious, Petra made Vanessa study at home for a month to not embarrass herself again. Bambinata knows how much time and effort you've spent, Nessa. It doesn't matter how much time I spend if I have no talent. Remember ballet? You were just there waiting for me every time I practiced. You don't need to repeat the basics over and over again like a fool, like the way I did. Don't you want to work in the laboratory, Nessa? Mother said that would keep you away from the difficult and dangerous work. Isn't that good? I'm even less talented in this than I was in ballet. Vanessa finally turns around and smiles self-mockingly at Bambinetta. I would just be in people's way, being the talentless hack that I am. I can't help laughing at how funny I'd look, doing my best and still falling behind. That's not true. You just haven't found what you like, Nessa. Not wanting Vanessa to belittle herself, Bambinata quickly comes to her defense. According to what Vanessa once said, the reason she has not gotten what she wanted must be because she does not like it enough. More than ever before, Bambinata traces the vulnerability in Vanessa's eyes, hoping to support her statement with her own earnest gaze. Perhaps she has tried too hard, so much so that it makes Vanessa chuckle. You're the only one who'd listen to me. To think that I fought like hell to keep you away from this house when I was young. Bambinata, if I want to go and find something that I'm meant for, will you support me? Bambinata will support you. Bambinata will support you no matter what you want to do, Nessa. No words are needed between them. Vanessa hands Bambinata the headphone in her left ear. The music playing becomes two, echoing in two drastically different hearts. A few days later. What? You don't want to go to the lab? I don't. Vanessa is not trying to avoid her parents' gazes. Unlike Bambinata, Vanessa does not look like the child she was anymore. She is at the age when she wants to act according to her will. How can the young explorer step away from the predetermined destination if the old guides will not let go of the flag that shows the way? That's not going to happen. Do you know how many people your father contacted for you, Vanessa? Any idea how many times I had to put on a smile and nod the last few days? Vanessa, I told you to stop calling me that. You aren't acting rationally right now. You're breaking your parents' hearts. You need to know that the path we have laid for you is the correct one. But I can't give you what you want in return. I'm no genius. I hate the work. I can't get the results I want. And the efforts and time I'll spend are pointless. Why shouldn't I do something I'm actually good at? Don't you also want me to deliver exceptional results? You're no genius. You hate it. Who do you think you are? The world doesn't spin around you. But I must have the right to explore the world myself, don't I? Let's say you manage to find something you're good at, and like all by yourself. What makes you think you can keep doing it? Petra stands up from the sofa, her lips slightly trembling. Who do you think it is that made me give up my projects and my degrees? If I could continue my research with your father back then, what I'm studying now won't be how to keep in contact with all the other rich housewives. You've grown wings, and now you think you can fly, huh? Have you ever wondered whose feathers were plucked to build the warm nest you grew up in? Petra's voice gets louder and louder, her discontent filling the whole living room. seemingly shaking everything in the space. Vanessa, listen, stop making your mother angry. Are you just mad because we grounded you for a month? How about taking a break with Bambinata for 3 days before going back to work? How does that sound? Raymond pulls Bambinata toward Vanessa, gesturing for her to talk her sister down. Bambinata holds Vanessa's hands gently, and Vanessa looks more determined than ever. So you're just hoping that I'll become another you, mother? Just want to puppet me around so that I can achieve the dreams you gave up? You're a project lead, father, so you can bark orders in the lab without asking about all the mindless details. But this isn't your lab. This is your home. How old do you think I am? Have you ever listened to what I have to say apart from the times I disrupted your project development? Damn, she's really standing up for herself. Respect. Frankly, I have something funny I must ask, but I bet you've never thought about it. Does either of you really love me? Do you love me? The question is deafening in its weight, but all Bambinata can hear is the quiver in Vanessa's voice. As the most insignificant person in the room, Bambinata clutches Vanessa's hands tightly, hoping to send her whatever strength Bambinata can offer, little as it may be. Aww. I don't love you. Why else would I sacrifice so much for you in this family? Oh my god, Vanessa. How could you even ask that? No. I think you only love the part of me you deem worthy of love. I think you two only find the valuable part lovable. I've made up my mind. I'm leaving home and studying at the FOS Military Command College. I want to find my worth the way I define it. Military school. You have no idea how dangerous it is. You're right. I've only read the descriptions from my terminal, but that doesn't mean I don't comprehend how dangerous my choice is. I want to see the world with my own eyes and decide what I should do myself. Are you done acting out, Vanessa? See with your own eyes. Decide yourself. You might not like to hear it, but a lab rat used in a military experiment understands the cruelty of war more than you. How are you going to decide anything? Do you think acting against your parents will make you a free adult? Perhaps scrolling on your terminal made you realize you're meant for the military. You're not wrong, but I'm tired of feeling like a failing puppet under your control. How can you say that? This isn't control. We've carefully calculated and planned for your future. If you're genuinely hoping to contribute to the war effort, there are many paths a researcher can take, a lot of which are combat related. With our history and resources, you can easily make something significant. By then, everyone will recognize your contribution and remember your name. They will truly understand you and this perfect scientific cradle that develops you. Why don't you understand something so plainly obvious? So, I don't get to decide what I research even if I obey and play scientist now. After all, the only path to the throne is the one you've paved. All I'll be is a gem on the crown. Our family's name is the one who wears it. Vanessa grabs Bambinata's hand and steps up. Never mind. I never expected you to truly understand what I'm saying, father, mother. I already signed the agreement on my terminal. Everything is ready. My first class at FOS starts in 4 days. My suitcase is almost packed as well. The last thing you should know is that Bambinata has agreed to come with me. So please tell me how to maintain and replace her memory chip. Vanessa, how disappointing you are. You're wasting away what you could be worth. I can't allow it. Bambinata, her project has hit a bottleneck right now. She can't go. I don't agree with what you've done, and there's no chance I'll let you take away such an important research subject. An important research subject? Has Bambinata been anything but an experiment subject you keep at home to the two of you? How wonderful that she can also keep your daughter company while acting as a perfect, well-behaved role model. We've always treated Bambinata and you fairly. We never gave her any less all these years. Has Vanessa gotten these ridiculous ideas into your head too, Bambinata? Cap. Bambinata, I trust that you're still the good girl you were. You must know how hard your parents have worked on your experiment, right? How can you possibly think about leaving us and following Vanessa's foolhardy whims? Bambinata isn't one of your lab rats who exists just for your experiments. What does herself think? A question she has never confronted begins to surface within the body, weaved by metal and composites. The enormous mirror from the ballet classroom appears again, and Bambinata stares at the short and strange figure reflected in it. All this started because Vanessa saw some shoes in a corner. Flashbacks go crazy. One little thing can trigger a whole entire flashback. Where does her self exist? In the mind, her metallic spine, or inside the memory chip? Bambinata carefully observes every part of the figure, trying to find her, self, and the parts that house it. Do you like ballet, Bambinata? Did she like it when she was only mimicking how the person she admired spun and danced? Bambinata, if I want to go and find something that I'm meant for, will you support me? Was she supporting Nessa because she was used to following commands? You can't remember a thing even after you made a pinky promise. Does wanting to know what she has forgotten go against being a well-behaved daughter? Wanting to listen to the softer soul underneath the hardened shell. Wanting to stop every drop of tear from ever forming. Wanting to show her appreciation for all the hard work spent despite the lack of glowing results. But what should you do? You should be a good girl and behave. So, standing in the eye of the storm, Bambinata is surrounded by 3 people who are all confidently expecting the answer they want from her. Bambinata's answer is silence. She has to behave, so the self that goes against it is wrong. Wanting to do it does not make it right. Although she no longer dares to return the gaze of the eyes she has admired for many days and nights, silence is still the only and the closest answer Bambinata can give to a correct answer. See, no one would want to be with you with the way you're acting now. Bambinata has always been more well-behaved than you since you were little, Vanessa. She knows to consider how we feel and what we do. Have you learned nothing from her all these years? Vanessa no longer responds. Quietly, she looks at Bambinata, who does not look up, as if she was not the one fighting and arguing. Vanessa gently lets go of her hand, and Bambinata's tiny palm slips away weightlessly. Even then, Bambinata keeps her head lowered. Vanessa looks away, smiling mockingly. Splendid. Frankly, I'm sick of having someone so annoying around me all the time. As for something that I want to keep around, well, I just need to be powerful enough to take it by force. One day, I'll make it so that no one disobeys me. I'll return then, so you can take a good look at my actual worth. With that, Vanessa returns to her bedroom for her suitcase before heading for the main door. Nessa, let her go. Bang. The automatic door slams shut violently. Bambinata lifts her hand instinctively, but she soon realizes that there is no one left to hold. Time gradually passes like a fair and silent ruler. In the days ahead, the decisive one will pay for her choices, and the cowardly one will keep sinking in her confusion. The only difference is that once time fills that tiny memory chip with its void, all Bambinata can follow is the phantom of a phantom. Vanessa? Having completed the routine maintenance, Petra brings the reset Bambinata back to her bedroom to rest. Bambinata looks at the name outside the door and asks with uncertainty. Unlike her previous amnesia, this reset has all the data of Vanessa and Bambinata's memory trip overwritten by new daily events. Man. Petra has anticipated many uncomfortable inconveniences as Bambinata continues to live in Vanessa's bedroom. Still, she has not completely erased all the traces of Vanessa from the house. I want to observe if Bambinata will have a unique feedback to the memory loss. That was the reason Petra gave. Vanessa is your sister. She is not a well-behaved person. She's no longer home. Vanessa. Bambinata chews over this strange but somehow familiar name, feeling like something is eager to leap out of her mind, but she has no way to connect it. You'll get some rest. Today's inspection took an extra 30 minutes, so you can rest for 2 hours. I'll wake you before your father returns. Petra closes the door after saying that. A giant white bed sits inside the bedroom. Bambinata walks toward one side of the bed out of habit and lies down, doing her best not to cross an invisible line in the middle of the bed and occupy the space across. Why did she not sleep on the side closer to the door? That should have been the more obvious approach. W mom literally wipes all memories of her sister, actively erases all traces of her daughters. Let's go. Oh my god. Award for the best mom ever goes to Petra. Congratulations. Before entering rest mode, she can see this question appearing in the darkness after she closes her eyes. She searches for a reason for her action from her memory data to no avail. A curious and frightening feeling reverberates within Bambinata. She wants to find out why. Unprecedented courage drives her to sit up and deduce the shape of a phantom from the items in the room. Clothes, jewelry, perfume, every object and every detail draw a clearer and clearer silhouette in her head, but she still has no clue about whose silhouette it is. This is not enough. What else? Her gaze turns to the bedside. Following an unexplainable instinct, she lifts the duvet away and finds a small drawer that is often overlooked. Apart from collectibles she does not understand, there is also a stack of folded paper inside. Bambinata turns to the only page with a drawing and finds a young dancing girl and an unknown small figure depicted on it. Sunlight, silken curtains, music, and elegant movement. Some fragments of memories briefly surface in Bambinata's mind, but disappear abruptly before she can lay her hands on them. She must not forget. She does not want to forget. She has to grab a hold of the remaining silhouette at least. Bambinata takes the pen from the drawer and tries her best to leave behind something before the phantom is forever gone. A few years later. Commandant, we've been standing here for 20 minutes. Did I let you speak? The construct shuts his mouth and shakes his head, taking a step back from Vanessa's side submissively. Vanessa puts the scratched key... Sorry. I was just reminded... Sorry, I started laughing because I was reminded of this one image I saw on Twitter with Vanessa. It just made me laugh. Okay. It was just something funny. Okay. Vanessa puts the scratched key card back into her pocket and knocks instead. Who is it? Petra's standardized freeze freezes the moment. Standardized freeze. Standardized smile freezes the moment she opens the door. Before the air between them turns suffocating, Vanessa gestures to the construct behind her, and he hands her a terminal with a document on it. Vanessa, this is a requisition order. According to the terms, the construct Bambinata is required to return to the task force with us and act as a backup member of the elite squad Agrit. Petra's hand lets go of the doorknob, and she crosses her arms the way Vanessa remembers. No. You. Tell her the punishment for disobeying a military order. The construct soldier is about to speak when Petra interrupts her. No one in our family has applied for Bambinata to enlist. You have no right to take her away. Have you forgotten that Vanessa is part of your family? You idiot. I applied for her. Our construct isn't a combat unit. She's only here to assist with our research. I'm sure the decision makers in the army aren't foolish enough to recruit anyone without considering what they're capable of, right? Don't you worry. The army is certainly capable of making sure that all soldiers are battle ready. You know full well what Bambinata should be doing, Vanessa, and you're still trying to take her away from here? I don't have to answer any of your questions, except for the ones about the terms of the order. I've wondered a few times how it would be when you finally come home. Perhaps you'd be more mature and sensible, I thought, but I was expecting too much from you, wasn't I? That said, you never failed to disappoint. Is the heartwarming reunion over? Noted, and thank you, Miss Petra. Can my new teammate go with us now? Dr. Raymond is performing routine maintenance on her at the moment. You have to wait if you want to take her away. The family members also need time to say farewell to each other. Wait inside. I don't want my neighbors to think that something embarrassing has visited upon our family. Petra turns for the staircase, leaving Vanessa and the half-opened door behind in the sun. Vanessa only leaves the soldier behind her inside the house she has forsaken when Petra completely vanishes behind the stairs. The sofa, the rug, the color of the lights, everything except for the smell of the air freshener is as Vanessa remembers. This seems to be the first time the construct soldier enters the residential district. He stands there nervously, unable to keep himself from gawking at all the direct decorations and furniture in the house. Wait here. Don't walk around. Yes, Commandant. Vanessa walks toward the room that once belonged to her, and her name is still adhered to the door with magnets. One of the magnets is missing, but that appears to be the only mark time has left behind. Pushing open the doors lightly, she is confronted by a familiar view. Even the artificial plants are the same as they used to look. Vanessa's fingertips gently glide past the large, comfortable bed, and she recalls how she struggled to sleep when she first went to college because of how hard the bed was. Will Bambinata struggle too? Constructs probably do not struggle over these kinds of things. Vanessa turns her gaze away from the snowy blankets and pulls open the secret drawer by the bed. A thin layer of dust has covered the interior of the drawer, surprisingly. It must have been a while since it was last opened. Inside, she finds Bambinata's favorite hairpin in the past, the bow tie Vanessa did not like, and gave Bambinata some finger puppets, brushes, and a dozen of unfinished drawings. Vanessa spreads out the stack of paper, and the first one is a drawing of a girl dancing ballet and a stick figure without any features. The second one is a girl busy doing maths exercises and a stick figure without any features. The third one, the fourth one, each drawing is a snapshot of their childhood, and each one has a blank, featureless figure in them. In the background, where it is empty, Bambinata wrote down many incomplete phrases and disjointed words. Sister. Black butterfly hairpin. Bambinata likes it? Don't cry. Experiment. Don't go. Remember. The rest are all Vanessa's name. The penmanship started coherent and fluid, but became hesitant and stuttering over time. Most of them even spelled her name wrong. She tried so hard to remember. Yeah. Bambinata's precious. When did she draw them? Vanessa tries to ignore them, but every line on these drawings is now branded in her mind. Hearing a commotion in the living room, she immediately puts the paper back into a stack. Hesitating briefly, Vanessa puts the drawings inside her pocket instead of the drawer. Looking over the other items inside the drawer, Vanessa does not find other things that may help stabilize Bambinata's mind, and she pushes it back inside. Commandant! What is it? Raymond. Dr. Raymond just dropped this construct on me before going back upstairs. I recommend waiting for at least 3 hours before turning on the construct. Glancing at Petra's indifferent expression, Vanessa reaches for the back of Bambinata's head. As expected, the slot where the memory chip is now empty. You know full well that Dr. Raymond won't let his research results leak so easily. We can't disobey a military order, but it is within our right to keep our scientific work. You. Don't push your luck, Vanessa. You knew this would happen and you just wouldn't relent. If you would just emphasize our hard work for just a second, the time and energy I spent on you wouldn't have been in vain, nor the love your father and I gave Bambinata. Love? Huh. Put her in the car and get her to the Science Council right away. Roger. Vanessa! Vanessa stops and turns around, looking at her shouting mother. And then flips her off. Petra still looks cold and indifferent. She takes a deep breath and swallows the bitter taste in her mouth. Go. Don't you ever come back. Sure, Mother. I have this newfound respect for Vanessa now. She don't give no shits. Well, damn, might as well have just flipped her off, right? I have this newfound respect for her. Yeah, she may be a bit of a douchebag from the earlier chapters, but her backstory kind of makes sense. It makes sense because of her backstory, though. The frame upgrade has been successful. Bambinata is now combat ready. And I'll keep the old parts we've replaced as agreed. Sure. Alright. What about the memory chip? I can't replicate what you described without the original chip. I've analyzed the port and the circuit to redesign an external module to store memory data, which is theoretically more effective and stable than before. But I don't think they extracted the memory chip properly last time. Whatever data is left in her is jumbled and scarce, resulting in mind deviation symptoms during our first run. To avoid affecting combat situations, I've partitioned the module with a drive containing the combat team and mission data. Basic information that she can access seamlessly, even if her memory is lost or disrupted. You should verify if the data in there is accurate. This call sign. Did you put it there? Vanessa points at one of the segments on the terminal that reads, Nessa. Some entries were done automatically based on the remaining memory data in her, hoping that it will lower the chance her mind will deviate. That said, you're free to edit them on the terminal if necessary. And her past memories can't be recovered, can they? This is all I can do for now. My guess is that her symptoms could be the after effects of the experiment, but I cannot make a more concrete conclusion without its detailed data. The key to solving Bambinata's predicament is to figure out how the invert device causes the conflict in her mind and how to respond to it. But all the current research on the invert device is still in its exploratory stage. It is nearly impossible to find out the correct way to avoid or resolve a problem under the current conditions. Perhaps when we have finally deciphered the secrets of the invert device, we will be able to find the missing pieces to resolve her complications. But I'm quite certain that would be an impossible task for now. The good news is that her amnesia isn't due to memory loss. The data entered her deep mind and couldn't be retrieved. We also have many things we can't recall, but these memories still exist in the subconscious. Didn't we go over this before? In other words, if we can resolve this problem, she will be able to recall all her memories in theory. If you think this is the most appropriate way to handle her situation, so be it. I don't care what happens later. I just need my constructs to obey me, that's all. Isn't that right, Bambinata? It's just a little repeat. Just that one interaction. A wish of a puppet. Start from the beginning. Oh, Mother, give me one more chance. I will convince Doris to behave. Hurry up. Hurry up. Wake up. Awake. Who's there? A black butterfly? It flew away. Should Bambinata follow it? You don't know how to pinky promise. How stupid. Cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in my eye. Alright, you've made a promise now, so you can't say anything. You hear me, Bambinata? Oh, Jesus. Can't let Mother down again. Haven't you felt the love from Mother? You must learn this immediately. Be a good girl.
大丈夫です。痛みは耐えるべきものですから。すべての邪魔者、人形は指示通りに動かここを通ってはいけません。人形は指示通りに動かなければなりません。あなたたちの存在はご主人様にとって邪魔なのです。すべての人形は指示通りに動かなければなりません。
Doris, be
大
good.
丈夫です。
Mother is going to be
耐える
angry.
べきものですから。
Has to punish the evil
ここ
child.
を通ってはいけません。はい、ご主人様。ご命令はまだ遂行していませんのでダメです。人形はあなたたちの存在はご主人様にとって邪魔なのです。
God, do not disobey.
すべての邪魔者、人形は指示通りに
Don't treat your family like this.
大丈夫です。痛みは耐えるべきものですから。
Oh, God.
人形は指示通りに動かなければなりません。
Oh, jeez.
ご命令はまだ遂行していませんのでダメです。
Gonna keep fighting.
耐え
Oh,
ら
I
れなくて
healed.
も
Doesn't matter.
ピナータの存在価値は
Oh,
あります。
no more orbs. Why?
大丈夫です。痛みは耐えるべきものです。
No.
期待に
I can't even dodge.
ピナータの存在価値は
Oh my god.
危なく再価値がありません。
That presentation. That's it. Never say no. Never do unnecessary things. You only have to listen to mother's words. How simple it is, right? PGR is on a whole nother level when it comes to presenting this shit.
痛みは耐えるべきものですから。そう命令に従うのはとても楽なの。いけません。バンビナータのこういうところが嫌だという人がいます。いい子にして研究員のおじさんも言っていた。でもバンビナータにも言いたいことがあって。いいのですか？言いたいことがあっても間違ったことをしてはいけない。そうですか。間違いとは何でしょうか？沈黙が最悪の答えなら何が正しい答えなのでしょうか？何に答える？彼女の期待に。
さっきなんでバレエが好きだって言わなかったの？バンビナータ、あんたは応援してくれる？いつか誰も私に裂かれないようにしてあげるわ。
言いたいことを伝えなきゃ。バネッサお姉さんに、ご主人様に。パパとママの命令に逆らっても。はい、これがバンビナータのやりたいことです。わかった。じゃあ早くバネッサお姉さんの元に戻らないと。
Domain expansion. Looks like that's the kind of joke my fucking friend would make all the time.
はい、ご主人様。ご主人様。
Drag the what? Oh wait. Drag the basic attack to overlap. Mother will punish you. Oh shit. Oh, that's so interesting. What the
ご主
heck?
人様。あなたたちの存在はご主人様にとって邪魔なのです。
Okay, I was trying to figure out how to properly utilize Bambinata. I got it now.
はい、ご主人様。
Bambinata will be right back with you, mistress. Oh, the last one. A dominating hand. Her mantis blades are so freaking cool as a weapon.
私の子供ママの子供になりなさい。意識界なんていらなくてもいい。
Oh my god. Hello. Did they just slap the camera? Oh shit.
誰が勝っていいって言ったの？
期待に応えられなくてバンビナータの再価値はありません。
まだまだよ。
Get out of there.
大丈夫です。痛みは食べるべきものですか？
この戦場から全てを奪います。まだまだよ。
Oh no. Oh shit. Sever the foot lines. That's cool.
大丈夫です。痛みは食べるべきものですか？
No. God damn it.
これが私の一番好きな感覚。
All my dodge gets completely drained.
大丈夫です。
Oh my god.
痛みは食べるべきものですから。
Cut it.
この戦場から救いたいでしょ。
はい、
痛みを感じないのかしら。痛い、はい、もっとたくさんの痛みを感じさせて。
It completely drains the gauge. Oh shit.
戻りましょう。
That's annoying.
まだまだよ。誰が勝っていいって言ったの？地獄。
はい、ご主人様。
誰が勝っていいって言ったの？
ご命令は
Ugh.
まだ期待に応えられなくて。
Cut that up.
バンビナータの存在価値がありません。人形は指示通りに動かなければなりません。大丈夫です。痛みは耐えるべきものですから。
Got out of it. Okay.
誰？
はい、ご主人様。
Ugh.
許さない。許さないわ。
Okay.
まだまだよ。
Oh my god, I hate how you move. I hate that.
誰が立っていい？もっとたくさんの痛みを感じさせて。
人形のように人形は指示通りに動かなければ
No
なりません。
words.
この戦場から全てを奪いましょう。誰が
ご主人様、
もっとたくさんの痛みを感じさせて。まだまだよ。
Oh shit.
痛いんでしょ？
Oh my god, the combo.
地獄。
はい、ご主人様。
地獄に連れてってほしいの。もっとたくさんの痛みを感じさせて。まだまだよ。痛い。
はい、ご主人様。
地獄。はい、もっとたくさんの痛みを感じさせて。
No, she grabbed. No.
大丈夫です。痛みは食べるべきものですか。
God.
あなたたちの存在はご主人様にとって邪魔なのです。 大丈夫です。
Got that?
痛みは食べるべきものですか。人形は指示通りに動かなければなりません。
Ah, damn it.
はい、
これが私の一番好きな感覚。
すべての邪魔者を片付けます。あなたたちの存在はご主人様にとって邪魔なのです。はい、ご主人様。人形は大丈夫です。痛みは
援助が欲しいってひざまずいてこういうなら助けてあげるわ。
人形は指示通りに動かなければなりません。
This boss is insane. Got it. Whew. That was a cool boss, though. Lords left in dream. Oh, this is the last note. Will not allow. The large caretaker mechanoid falls down, the last trace of her discontent dissipating in the dark basement as her digital voice turns silent. Finally defeating the enemy, Bambinata loses the will to hold on. Only then does Vanessa realize that her frame is heavily damaged. She should have avoided fighting in a way that further damaged her body when she could. Some of the vital fluid tubings are torn and require immediate attention. Her leg mounting plates need to be replaced as well. Don't look at me like that. I'm a support type construct after all. Missed opportunity to call it words left unsaid. Oh, true. That would have been so good. It would have been cool. It would be cool if they just like ended off every chapter with the title of the chapter for the final node. Or some iteration of it. You should stay here with Dollface and maintain a deep mind connection with her. You stabilize her mind, and I'll grab some supplies from this transport craft. Alright. The clicking sound of Vera's heels gradually fades away, and the large circular room is quiet once more. Vanessa lays Bambinata's head on her thighs, the same way Bambinata took care of her during the battle where they stayed behind for Grey Raven. Aww. Bambinata had a very, very long dream, mistress. Bambinata dreamed about a large house that she shared with you, and mother and father in the lab coats they always wore. You were the same height as Bambinata in the beginning, mistress. You taught Bambinata to cover up her belly when she napped, and how not to make a sound stirring her coffee. You showed Bambinata how to do her hair and how to stand straight. You told Bambinata many things she doesn't hear nowadays. Your confusion after your hard work, your disappointment, and discontent. Bambinata doesn't want them anywhere near you, mistress. Bambinata wants to chase them away every time she hears about them. The way you danced, the way you said goodnight, the way you read. You probably don't know about the drawings Bambinata secretly made, but Bambinata doesn't remember where they are now. Bambinata always wanted to draw herself with you in those pictures, but what should Bambinata look like? Bambinata couldn't figure out what shape she should take, so she never knew how to tell you her thoughts. If Bambinata could make that dream again, she'd tell father and mother it was her idea to stand with you, mistress. It was something Bambinata must do. Even without an order. No, even if it went against an order, Bambinata would tell you how she felt at the risk of being discarded. Those unfinished drawings, there would have been fewer blank spaces in them if only Bambinata had understood this sooner. Vanessa hides her face in the shadow, keeping her expression away from Bambinata. She suddenly remembers the days and nights she has since forsaken, and how there was always a pair of blue eyes watching her. She wanted to be heard, comforted, seen, and recognized. She wanted her solitude to be shared and her feelings to be understood. She took the first step. Why did those eyes turn away? Fearing that she would be alone and had to admit defeat, she decided to take control instead, fully and unrelentingly. That way, at least she could get those eyes back on her. After getting what she wanted by taking a shortcut, only now does she get the answer she has been waiting for. We've been observing her continuously since she arrived from Star of Life yesterday afternoon. She woke up a few times since then, and Rosa performed mind calibration every time. There is no sign that Bambinata's mind has had any significant alterations from the damage, judging from the results. What does that mean? No significant alterations? Your report mentions Bambinata having memory flashbacks on the surface and being controlled by the enemy mechanoid, right? It's common for constructs to have mind deviations or disturbances in situations like this. Or we might find traces of enemy data left behind. But Bambinata's current state is the same as always. Most of the damage is only seen on the infra device. There don't seem to be other after effects. I'm guessing that the mechanoid's controlling behavior is an evolution of her experimental function. The memory shell you retrieved contains its code and a complete research log that echoes how it acted attacking you. As for the memory flashbacks, I suppose it might be a symptom of the sudden impact of the highly concentrated punishing virus on her mind and the invert device. But I can't rule out that it might be related to the experiment Bambinata was involved in either. Even Asimov does not realize he is lowering his voice when he speaks about this. Perhaps the mechanoid accidentally triggered some kind of response from the experiment when it tried to interfere with Bambinata's invert device. It's good that the after effects were gone once we repaired the invert device. Is the memory data of this mission recorded in our external memory module? Regrettably, no. The module was formatted once we were told that an enemy had taken control of the construct. From what I've been told, the Cerberus construct on the mission is under inspection as well. Formatted. Under whose order? I suppose he's the only one with the clearance to do so. I took some data snapshots before it was formatted, hoping that I can learn something useful regarding construct amnesia after I finished analyzing the data in the mechanoid's memory shell. So, the things we retrieved are in your hands now? That's right. If you don't have any other questions, I should go back to analyzing the retrieved samples. Asimov? Sorry to bother you. Are you available right now? The President has said is hoping you can visit the conference room now. I'll be right there. Asimov grabs the files on the desk and prepares to leave the observation room, but he quickly turns back and points at the door to the inner chamber, indicating to Vanessa that she can bring Bambinata away. You can go now, Bambinata. Hearing her mistress calling, the sleeping construct opens her eyes instantly. Yes, mistress. There's nothing else to do today. You can go back to the lounge directly later. What is it? Did Bambinata do something wrong during the mission? The data in the external memory module wasn't operated by you, mistress. You did nothing wrong. We just took your external memory module from maintenance when you weren't awake. But you did nothing wrong. Don't overthink. I know what you want to say. Understood. It's fine if you want to keep an eye on me. Can you do it out of my sight, though? I haven't been able to move around for the past few days. Don't tempt me with your punchable face. I know you can hear me. You're dismissed. The two construct soldiers leave the room upon receiving the order. The bulky door closes once again, and Vera finally relaxes and sits down, awaiting the other end of the call to explain her current situation. The inspection is over. Your mind doesn't have any after effects from this mission. You can leave soon. You ought to know that from the start. Sure, but this is still a necessary step. Huh, is it? You knew I couldn't have come into contact with anyone from Corona privately. It's fine from now on. What is that supposed to mean? From now on, all private interactions of yours are considered expressly permitted. If you ever need to compile 2 mission reports, send me a copy directly through the encrypted channel. There may still be necessary steps every now and then, but I guarantee it won't harm you, and especially not the Cerberus members. What about the other thing you promised? That's another story. I told you in our encrypted messages. Take care of the things you retrieve before handing them in, and I'll take care of the preparations for the next phase. Once the Science Council completes the full report, the result will be plain to see in no time. Understood. And Corona, what if no one contacts me? I can't just gift wrap and deliver myself. Don't you worry about that. All you need to do is take the bait when someone's fishing. If you don't have other questions, this is the official end of your inspection. Although she has known her role as a construct for a very long time, Vera is still bothered by being wielded by external forces that she cannot control. But when she thinks of the 2 constructs who are messing around in the lounge while they wait for her return, she reckons this is a mess worth getting into. Oh, I was wondering who it is. If it isn't the remarkable Captain Vera. The inspection must have not been enjoyable, I assume. Oh, isn't that the Egret Commandant who insisted on following her construct on a surface mission? How devoted you are to Dollface there. You're picking her up from maintenance yourself. Isn't it normal for one to fully exhaust her toy for a few more days before getting a new one? Is it? I wonder who it was that got so worried when she lost her doll. Thank you, by the way, for showcasing the exceptional range of emotions on your pretty face. Vanessa furrows her brows from Vera's mockery. Right as she is about to respond, Vera waves and departs saying, "Thank you for your wonderful performance, mistress and maid. Good luck, your highness." Vanessa closes her eyes to calm herself down. After a while, she opens her eyes and chuckles. You too. I should save my breath instead of arguing with a construct like you. The two of them are both relentless with their insults, but Bambinata does not feel hostility between them. If anything, she senses a peculiar rapport. Let's go, Bambinata. Yes, mistress. The obedient puppet follows her mistress, going through 3 hallways before returning to the Agate lounge. Peaceful sunlight showers the corridors, casting their shadows on the reflective walls, one in the front, one in the back. The obedient puppet never deviates from her mistress's pace, always following her mistress from behind. As long as her frame is needed, as long as her name is called, no matter how tomorrow repeats, Bambinata will never fear waking up from nothingness. That's actually nice. I kind of like that. I enjoyed learning more about Bambinata and Vanessa's relationship and their backstories. I kind of get it with Vanessa. I kind of get it. That's why I have this sort of like newfound respect for her. But this was good. I liked it. It was fairly short too, not super long. Only 13 nodes total. I have my gripes with this chapter. I'm an easy person to please. Plus, I don't want to be too nitpicky with stuff with these things. Despite me being nitpicky about like freaking Star Rail and shit. I don't want peace, only problems. Regardless, I did enjoy it though. I did enjoy it. Alright. So now, the next time I play PGR or stream it is actually going to be Spiral Chronos, the final part of the Fate section of this, I guess, the final part of Act 5, I guess you can call this. Ooh. There's like 8 battle nodes too. I know that this is going to involve Hyperreal Lee, and I know about Primal Projection, that boss, and all that stuff. I've seen videos. I don't know the story, though. That's the only thing. And then after Spiral of Chronos, it's going to be Renaissance, and then after Renaissance, Wintry Shackles, and then after Wintry Shackles, it's going to be, I think it's going to be the Floating Reverie. As far as Amnesia type chapters, I give it to Cinder Burns, easy granted. It's like 4 times as long. Yeah, Cinder Burns is still very, very much fleshed out compared to this one. But I still enjoyed it no matter what. I still enjoyed it regardless. Alrighty. That was good though. The status quo hasn't changed from the first node. Yeah, they're kind of still doing the same, being the same as they've always been. Some manner of catharsis. I feel like Vanessa just doesn't want to show it. Like she has this sort of reputation or image she wants to maintain. Yeah, her memories got wiped. Yeah, it's still an issue they have to sort out. It seems to be more, like, alongside with just learning about more about Bambi, her issue, current issue, and more about Vanessa, it had a bit of more focus on the invert device as well. Especially with what Collins was talking about at the earlier parts of the story. So that's something to think about. What did you learn about the invert device? Well, okay, well, it's not like you learned anything from invert device, but there is something about it. There is something significant, there is something important about it that maybe we'll eventually learn. Maybe I'll eventually learn, I don't know. But they did have emphasis on it. Now, if they didn't go further with the invert device in later chapters, then it would be a gripe. That's just something for me to find out later on. What was chapter 15 then? Oh, last part. Did you like Bambi enough to solve those Ulysses and the Magic Gods? I don't know. Either way, I still liked it. It's not like super crazy good or anything. It was still enjoyable. Whatever criticisms you may have or anyone else has about it, I mean, it's not my problem. Misleading in the story focus. I get what you mean. Well, in any case, there's that story done. Left unsaid. Regardless of what the main focus of that chapter was, I still enjoyed that we get to have some backstory between the two. Even if Bambinata does ended up having her memories wiped again, it was still nice to learn about the characters just a bit more. It's like their own little interludes, but a bit more expanded on. That to me I'm okay with. It really felt like a side story. Nothing too impactful or meaningful towards the main plot of the story. Huh. Regardless. Check if Eric Coach's was come out later. I just like her for her personality. She's so snarky, but it's funny. Plus, her main color is like purple, or like a light or faded kind of shade of purple, and I can't help it. My favorite color is purple, so my bias kind of just shows. Yeah, that was left unsaid. Not too bad. Out of 10, probably like a 6. Probably like a 6. Maybe 6.5 if I'm feeling generous. A 7 if I'm being super generous. Yeah, next week I'll play Spiral of Chronos. So until then, endgame name Usabeni. What is this discrepancy? That's because Zeraphym is like a name I would mainly use for music related shit. Since this channel was originally a music thing, right? While Usabeni is a name I use for like anything game related, pretty much. I see, yeah. That's why sometime next year, which is actually coming up really quick, but sometime early next year, I don't know when, maybe within the first month of January or maybe in February, I'm gonna be transitioning my streaming activities over to a different channel. So this channel remains as a music thing and stuff. So I don't particularly mind having like less than like freaking 5 subs on the other channel. I don't really care. Basically, I don't mind building it from the ground up again. Plus I feel like doing more than just streaming on the other channel anyway. So when that day comes, there'll probably come a time where on this channel, there'll probably be a stream titled Final Stream on this channel or something. And there I'd let people know, just if you want to continue watching my streams and whatnot, go over to the other channel. And not this one. Besides, in terms, if we're talking about like views and whatnot, it doesn't really make any sort of difference whatsoever. Over 8,000 people, but barely anyone watches this stuff, at least live. So it really makes no difference. But that's a discussion for another time. That being said, that'll be it for me for tonight. So thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care. Stay safe. Drink plenty of water. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow, but Monday and Tuesday. I don't know about Wednesday, but Monday and Tuesday, I'm probably back to playing some Yakuza, continuing Yakuza. Alrighty. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you. See you next time. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.